This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. You're tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Probably Pablo in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show on the radio, the top's where we gonna go. Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727, or online at adreamlending.com. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor. The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Welcome aboard. Good morning. We're slightly early, but we did that on purpose because we are going to carry the Mario Cristobal press conference live for you today. So it'll be at 10 a.m. Sean is locked and loaded and ready to carry it for you all. An exciting time for Canes fans. Obviously, we get a new coach, a new attitude, a new direction, but hoping to find the old ways, right? That's kind of what we're trying to do here, trying to accomplish this time around. And they could not accomplish it with Randy Shannon, a former player who did not have all the tools you need in order to succeed. You know, coaches have to have the personality, the ability to be able to connect with all kinds of people, with players, obviously, that are, you know, much younger than you are, with parents and siblings and what else would we call it? Let's say family members in charge of the young person's life. And so you've got to be able to connect with all kinds of people. You've got to be able to hire a staff. You got to be able to coach. You got to be able to win. You got to be able to motivate. You got to be able to maintain. You know, there's a lot of jobs. There's a lot of hats you wear as a head coach. And Randy Shannon clearly did not have all of the tools that you need in order to succeed. And we tried the other route. We went with the established guy in Mark Rick. And Mark Rick, bless him, he had all the good intentions in the world. He did some good things, by the way. Did, you know, help along with the facilities and all that, the practice facilities. But unfortunately, it didn't work out for Miami because we didn't get Mark Rick 15 years ago. You know, that's when we had to get Mark Rick, fresh out of Florida State, right? That's when you had to hire him at that point. At this time, it was a different Mark Rick, unfortunately. And obviously, we all pray for him and you know, who is, you know, obviously, you know, hopefully will have, you know, the kind of finish to his life that he deserves, obviously, because he is battling something that we all wish he wouldn't be. But they tried Manny Diaz, the guy that had connections in the sense of the city, the team, the understanding, not necessarily that he was a part of the team, but he had a connection because of growing up here and understanding and loving the U and all of that. And again, Manny Diaz meant well. Manny Diaz wanted to win, okay? But Manny Diaz, unfortunately, did not possess everything that you needed in order to have a head coach run the University of Miami football program and meet the demands of a program that's won 5 national championships and meet the demands of a program that has spoiled its fans for a long, long time. Lately, they've spoiled them with just absolutely terrible football, right? That's been the problem. And so, that's where this now turns. Now you get a Mario Cristobal who has had success at the highest level of Division One. He hasn't won a national championship, but he has built a Division One program, a big time program in a big conference, and has had success and has even won the conference twice while he's there, and has out recruited everybody in that conference. Now, does he have to take it to another level? Of course, because Oregon is not Miami. It's funny to say that because Oregon's got all that money, but their money doesn't mean jack shit because they haven't won a title yet. So Miami's got 5 titles. Oregon's got nothing. That's the difference. So with all the Nike money and all the hype and all that stuff, they're nothing on the college landscape. They're nothing when it comes to college football history like the University of Miami is. University of Miami is a large part of recent college football history over the last 50 years. Oregon, they're just a quack. And so they were just, they were trending in the right direction with the right guy. And it's funny because I had a gentleman reach out to me named Dante. He's a follower, and we love you, Dante. And you now made the show, obviously, maybe not for the right reasons, but you made the show. And so, this is what happens sometimes when you send a tweet to me and that kind of stuff. And you got to make sure you're on your A game. And so, or when you send in any kind of comment make sure you're on your A game on this show. So he puts Oregon's 2021 season was disappointing. The early win against Ohio State was a high watermark, but the loss 3 weeks later to Stanford was embarrassing. The Ducks were also outscored 76-17 by Utah in the last 2 weeks, losing by 28 on Saturday in the Pac-12 championship, right? So I tell him, well, when you we were talking about something. This was something else, by the way, that we were talking about with this guy here, because this guy then goes to me, this was something else from yesterday, and I don't know why I got crossed over on that one. But anyway, so on the wait a minute, where are we at? Here we go. Did I erase it? Damn it, I think I erased it. Oh well. Did I have it there? Oh, okay. I'll take that off anyway. So there we go. Thank you, Sean. So I answered back to him and I said, well, Jimmy Johnson got his ass kicked by Oklahoma constantly. If you want to just give me a piece of, twisted history, which, Mario didn't have a great season this year. Okay, that doesn't mean he can't be a great coach. Doesn't mean he can't achieve great things. Nobody achieves great things in Oregon yet. Nobody wins championships in Oregon yet. They haven't done it. Nobody's been able to do it. No matter how much money they have, they still haven't been able to get it done, right? And at Oklahoma State, last time I checked, they're also not winning national championships. Have they won any since Jimmy Johnson left? No, right? The guy with the mullet's done a decent job, right? But he hasn't won anything. So that's the difference. And so Mario can win here. He has to take it to another level. We all understand that. He understands that. Okay. As you're seeing, Mario is talking with Julio Frank there. He's about to be introduced as the head coach of the University of Miami football team. We are going to carry that press conference for you there. I guess Frank will be. I think that's actually Don Bailey Jr. talking to him. Turned around. I thought that was Mario. I figured because they were about to start it, but it seemed like it was Don Bailey because I think Don Bailey's going to probably MC the event, and then he'll introduce Frank, and then he'll introduce Mario, and then of course the questions will start. But we will carry that press conference for you in its entirety. We won't need to take any kind of breaks or anything like that. We will have the breakdown for you. By the way, Manny Navarro, our insider, is going to chime in at noon after all of this hubbub is done and he's filed his story. He is going to join us and we'll talk insight and all kinds of stuff. I was right. That was Don Bailey Jr. there. He must be one happy camper right now with everything going on with Cristobal now, because this gives you hope, man. This gives you hope. And that's what I was telling that guy that, I get it. Mario didn't have a great year this year, but he's done a terrific job there at Oregon. He's one of the best recruiters in the country. He was the number one recruiter in the country with Alabama, the number one recruiter the last 3 years in the Pac-12. And we have his safety here playing for the Miami Dolphins. His left tackle is playing in another team, and his quarterback is playing for another team. You know what I'm saying? So, and his defensive end will be the first, second, third pick in the draft or whatever, however you want to look at it. Yeah, his defensive end. I think he'll be competing with the Michigan guy, I think, right? It'll be for which first, but whatever. We're splitting hairs. They'll end up in the top 5, both of them. And those are Mario's recruits. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference. We're not watching University of Miami players go that high in the draft anymore. Okay? Well, we're watching Oregon players go that level. So he'll get the nasty guys to come here. He will create the atmosphere that they need. And hopefully Miami will get back to the point where they need to be, where they must be. And this is going to be a lot of fun because this will create the kind of buzz for the program. We've had fake buzz. We get hyped up and all that stuff. And I think it's all been, I thought for Rick was kind of legit, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I love the Manny hire. I have to admit I was wrong on the Manny hire. They probably should have done a longer search on the whole thing, but this is a great day, man. They've never spent money. I never thought they would. I had to see it to believe it, like I told you guys many, many times. And now they're willing to spend the money. That's freaking huge. I mean, you can't beat that. This is, it's awesome. They actually, for the first time in modern college football history, the Miami Hurricanes football program has stepped up to become a big-time college football program. In its first 20, 25 years, it could get away with not having to pay. It could get away without having the facilities because winning was more than enough to bring in those kind of kids. But those kind of kids are old school kids, people that grew up with the same kind of values that we have. The kids nowadays don't have the same kind of values. They are way more materialistic than they've ever been. Deion Sanders was materialistic because it must be about the money, right? But Deion Sanders was about winning. So, the bling and the all that stuff had to come with it, right? The style and the gold and all that stuff, but Deion wanted to win. So that's what he was about. The money and the fame and the gold chains and all that crap came with it, and he styled it, but he was all about winning. And that's why he goes to Florida State. That's why you went to Miami. That's why you go to certain schools back in those days, because they were winning. But the last 20 years, football has completely changed. You got to pay your coaches. You got to pay your head coach. You got to pay your assistants. You got to spend money. You got to build a facility. These kids want to know that it's Nike that they're wearing, that they've got an incredible place to hang out and eat at any time and have a steak if they feel like it and all of that stuff. You know, they got to be spoiled. It's terrible. It really is because, well, let's go to it. Let's do it.
Carol is with us here today, and we would once again like to thank her for this beautiful indoor practice facility. Carol, will you please stand and take a round of applause? I would also like to ask all of our former student athletes that are in the room here today to stand and be recognized. And would any offensive lineman, especially Joaquin and Brett, and of course, Bryant McKinney, stand a little longer because it's a very special day for offensive linemen at the University of Miami. Stand up, please, and be recognized. I'm Don Bailey Jr., and I would like to welcome everyone to a great day and a celebration. We are here today to welcome home Mario Cristobal. Mario has prepared his entire adult life for this opportunity. A former offensive lineman who won 2 national championships at Miami in 1989 and 1991, as well as earning 2 degrees from the U. As a former student athlete at the U, he understands what it means to be a Hurricane. He also understands what it means and what it takes to bleed the orange and green. Today's celebration would not be possible without the leadership of University of Miami President Julio Frank. President Frank was assisted in this hiring process by 2 men. Rudy Fernandez, Chief of Staff to the President and Vice President for Government and Community Relations, and Joe Echeverria, who is the Executive Vice President for Health Affairs and Chief Executive Officer of UHealth. These 2 men, in their pursuit of excellence on behalf of the President, the university, and the athletic department, were the driving force behind this hire today. These men were in pursuit of greatness and had a burning desire to guarantee the U brand is the most recognized brand in America, both on and off the field. I will remind you all of a valuable lesson that has been taught to every generation of student athlete that has come through our doors. It takes everyone to be number one. It takes every department in the Heck Center. It takes every single alumni. It takes every athlete in every sport. It takes every school within this university. We all need to support Mario Cristobal, as well as every coach and every sport in this building, because it takes all of us to be number one in America. Today, because of President Frank, Rudy Fernandez, Joe Echeverria, and head coach Mario Cristobal, every Hurricane fan and graduate from the University of Miami can believe Miami athletics is going to win championships, and the only variable is time. I would now like to introduce Lori Silvers, Chair of the Board of Trustees. Chair Silvers is a double alumni from the University of Miami. She enjoyed a brilliant career in communications law. She is a savvy entrepreneur who has built a media conglomerate of radio, TV, cable, and internet companies. She is a passionate supporter of the University of Miami School of Law, and she is a success story emblematic of the U. Chair Silvers, thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you, Don, and good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Yes, okay. I am just thrilled to be standing here today. This is such a big, exciting moment for the University of Miami. And on behalf of the entire University of Miami Board of Trustees, let me be the first to officially congratulate and welcome the Cristobal family home to the U. Those of us whose lives have been shaped by this institution know that Miami Hurricanes are at their very best when we are united, when we are bold. Earlier this fall, President Frank was firm in his conviction that the University of Miami's days of championship caliber athletics are not just part of our storied history, they are our shared vision for the future. This announcement is emblematic of our willingness to commit to that vision, to execute and go big. The direction in which we are taking athletics requires courage and requires conviction. Our student athletes have shown both, and we are excited about their future. The mindset of chasing hard after goals is central to the Canes spirit, and the university's trustees are all in to support that posture in all our endeavors, from our classrooms to our labs to every field of competition. And now, to introduce our new Hurricanes football head coach and my fellow double Cane, Mario Cristobal, I am proud to turn the program over to our president, Julio Frank.
Thank you, Lori, and good morning to everyone. I want to start by thanking our Board of Trustees for your steadfast support during this important transition. And let me also begin by echoing our chair's warm welcome to Coach Cristobal. Mario, we're absolutely delighted to have you, Jessica, Mario Mateo, and Rocco back in Miami. You know better than most what this team means to the university and to our entire South Florida community. We have many people to thank for the news we are celebrating today. Before I do, I want to make a few things clear. Every decision we have made and are making is focused above all else on providing our student athletes with the very best opportunities to succeed on and off the field, and on our commitment to winning at the highest levels. While Coach Cristobal's record as a student athlete and as a coach speaks for itself, our selection was not one based on nostalgia for a proud past, but rather on a bold vision for the future. He has the drive, determination, discipline, and experience we need at this moment to develop our existing and promising talent, to draw the very best to the U, and to take our football program to the next level. When I addressed our university family and our fans earlier this season, I shared my overarching aim. Rather than being disrupted by changes in intercollegiate athletics, we aspire to play a role in strategically shaping the future. I am grateful to Coach Manny Diaz for his service to the University of Miami. I also want to thank Interim Athletics Director Jen Strolley, all of our coaches and staff, and especially our talented student athletes for their faith in the U. Their loyalty unites them with our alumni and fans worldwide. We have greatly benefited from the focused counsel of our board chair, Lori Silvers, vice chairs Manny Cadre and Johnny Taylor, athletics committee chair David Epstein, and athletics committee member Jose Mas, paired with substantial support from many others. Their engagement demonstrates deep and enduring devotion to the University of Miami. On that point, I would be remiss if I did not take a moment now to thank my leadership team, particularly my Chief of Staff, Rudy Fernandez, and my Senior Advisor, Joe Echeverria, for their tireless work and passion for Hurricanes athletics. And now it is my distinct pleasure to turn the podium over to the man who needs no introduction on this campus, our double alumnus, member of our national championship-winning 1989 and 1991 football teams, and the new head coach of Miami Hurricanes football, Mario Cristobal. But before I take my seat back in the audience, there is one more thing. On behalf of your hometown team, let me present you with your new Miami Hurricanes football jersey. Here it is.
All right.
Thank you. Welcome home.
Thank you. Man, I never thought I'd wear number 1 or a single-digit jersey ever in my life. No offensive lineman ever get to wear single digits, so thank you very much. Wow, where do you start? Start by saying that I'm honored and humbled beyond what words can describe. I mean, this is strong, and this hits as hard as it can hit. And there's a lot of people I want to thank before I say a few words, because I'm seeing so many familiar faces. I'm trying to get to the meat of some of the things I want to say. But what an honor. My God, what an honor. Thank you for everyone that's shown up today. So many people that I had a chance to play with or coach or mentor. This is incredible. It's just the beginning. But I'd like to thank President Frank, of course, and all the people involved in this commitment to make this a reality for my family, for myself, for our program. Rudy Fernandez, Jose Mas, Manny Cadre, Joe Echeverria, Jen Strawley, for all the stuff you've been doing. Incredible. Cannot thank you enough. These processes have been, you make it smooth. You generate more excitement and drive and enthusiasm as we get this thing rolling. My beautiful wife, Jessica, my partner, best friend. Without you, this is not possible. The MVP of the house, that's who she is. My boys, Mar Mateo, Rocco. It's on, buddy. All right. I love you. And I'm proud to have you here surrounded by our family that you've never had a chance to meet. And now you will. And you're going to love it. So how about them Canes? No? How about them Canes? I can't help but look across and I see offensive linemen. I'll always see offensive linemen. I remember Bryant McKinney coming in at 270 pounds, having to walk him across campus, try to get him into the School of Engineering. Brett Romberg, there he is, 6'2.5" at least, right? Okay. Joaquin, where do I start? Right, coming in at 220 pounds, you mastered the reverse pancake and then made it a pancake. It was unbelievable. But I say this because as we talk about building a championship program, as we talk about taking things and elevating the standard to elite levels, It all starts with work. And as I look at these young men and I look at some of the other guys that I played with or coached with, I remember things like when they had to get an IV for going way too hard during two-a-days, when you had to visit them at the hospital due to an unforeseen injury, when you saw the trials, all the adversity they had to overcome to elevate the standard here at the University of Miami, you realize more than ever that it's about the work. It's about the time invested. Because without that, it's not real. And it's time to go to work, okay? We want to make sure that the program here is always a program that you can be proud of for the right reasons. A program of relentless competitors. Always a team that nobody wants to play. That's what we want to be. That's what you got to work to be, because I can't proclaim that. I can't tweet that. We got to get together with these coaches, these young men, and make that a reality. We got to speak it into existence. We got to work that into reality. A team that's known for its resiliency, its toughness, its physicality. Physicality has to be real. How do you get there? You practice it. You rep it. You do the things that people aren't willing to do again and again and again, and you just keep getting after it. I'm going to get fired up, so it might sound like the locker room in a little bit, but that's all right. I want to be able to speak to the family, and I consider everyone here family. A lot of current players here. It meant the world to me to be able to go upstairs and share a few moments. Most importantly, to let them know that for this thing to work, I got to get to know them. Because the best way to respect someone is to get to know them. And the only way to get to know someone is by investing time in them. And we're going to spend a lot of time together. And we're going to work together. We're going to hold each other accountable, because that's what it takes. Without that, there's no foundation. Guys, we are Miami. We are the U. And every time you hear that, every time you see that on a shirt, on a commercial, at a game, that's got to mean everything. And we got to show it in everything that we do, okay? We want to make sure that this team is known for its physicality as well as its execution and its discipline. We play a tough schedule, whether it be at home or on the road. We want to make sure that we are known for that. That's our identity. That's our trademark. You know what's going to make that a reality? Because I've been pretty far away. I don't know if you guys, I was way across the country. But you're always watching, because I see Greg Mark over here. I see a lot of guys, man, got to play with. Unbelievable guys. But the moment you put on that uniform and you play and you invest the world into that, it's different. It's different. And just saying it's not enough. You got to show it in what you do. I am here. I'm a small piece of a big operation that's going to invest every ounce of my existence to make sure that we get to the level that we need to get to, okay? By bringing in the best people, the best staffing, high-level people of integrity, professionals, people that bring it, that it means as much to them as it means to us, that they understand that, because that's the only way that it works here. But mentality. We have to understand the gift and the opportunity and the privilege that we have. That's what it means to be here. But I really want to say this before I go on. I really want the Hurricane Nation, the U family, the University of Miami, everyone that's ever touched it, been a part of it, went to school here, is a fan, the community around the country. We got to bring this thing tight. Everybody. We got to bring it in tight, and we got to bring it. Because when the U is on and the U brings it, there's nothing like it. And we got to get there. And it's going to take everybody. And I can't wait. Okay? I'll try to calm down a little bit now. Sorry. It's not game day yet. But in terms of, I want to hit on culture. Culture is important because it all starts with that. Early's on time. We had a chance to meet with the players. You got final exams now. Academic integrity. The prominence of the diploma here at the University of Miami is a different level. We got to understand that. We got to take pride in that. We got to hammer that. But how you do anything is how you do everything. You want to be an elite player, you got to be an elite student, right? You can't have one or the other. The U, this culture is not a T-shirt you put on when you want to and you take off when you don't want to do it. It's an every time thing. There are no little things. There are no little things. A lot of times coaches say, well, you know, you got to do little things right. Well, if you got to do them right, it's probably a big thing. So they're all big things. We want to make sure that we approach everything in that manner. Wise choices and decisions. Making sure that all the choices we make, They might reflect on us, but they affect everybody. We got to represent in the community around the country. Every time we're on national TV, local TV, radio, media, whatever it may be. But we're going to embark on a year-round program. This blueprint that we're going to take on is a proven blueprint. It's the winter conditioning program. It's spring football. It's a fourth quarter program. It's the off season. It's game planning. Recruiting will be a relentless approach and effort to identifying and bringing in the best talent in the country that understands the importance of being a member of this university. I want to be around guys that they can't live without football. I got a feeling everyone here can't live. I mean, am I on the same page, everybody here? Can we not live without football? Okay, good. But to me, I want to mention those things because they're important. We want to bring high capacity people. We want to bring in people that, again, truly understand and are dedicated and that understand the level of the investment made by the people that have made this a reality. I thank you from the bottom of my heart because you've made it real. And you brought me home, and it was difficult because I believe in pouring myself into the people you're around. And man, I feel more driven, more motivated than ever. I can't wait to get to work. This show of support here is just pour it all in, man. University of Miami was a game changer in my life. I've never been the same, never, because of my experience here. And I believe I owe it to anyone that wears that U. And I hope there's as many players here as there can be. When you experience it, when you do it right, it's a game changer for the rest of your life. And you get to be an impactful person to other people when you live for it. And we live for it, and thrilled that we're here. Got a lot of work to do. Excited about that part. That's the part that really gets me going. That's the part that is going to be critical in laying the foundation and going forward. And the time is now. And, before taking any questions, I do want to say this. I want to thank the University of Oregon and President Schill, Phil Knight, Rob Mullins, all those people, Eric Brodell, who are they, Chief, who's the other one, Hawk. It sounds like the A-team, right? Chief, Hawk, Matt, all these guys, because they gave me a tremendous opportunity and they stood by me. And they're the best mentors that I've had. And they believed and they allowed me to work. And the results were something that we're very proud of. And it's led to this opportunity here. But please know this, all in is all in. There's no in between. There's nothing. And that's what it's going to take from all of us. I hope you're excited. I hope that you truly are feeling like the season's starting again, because it's go time. And there's never a time to stop, man. We got to go, and we got to go, and we got to go. I'm humbled and honored to be the head coach here at the University of Miami, which means I'm just a member of your family, and you're a member of mine, and let's get this thing right, okay? I am very grateful to those that have come before. Let's honor them by the way we conduct ourselves on a daily basis. Let's go take this thing to a new level, man, all right? Thank you so much for being here. I'm open to questions, but let's go.
At this time, Coach Cristobal is going to take questions from the media. And if there are any questions regarding the process of how this took place, will you please hold those? And Rudy Fernandez will answer those after the press conference. And once again, I'll remind you, the questions are from the press and from the media. Coach?
Mario, hope you can hear me. Welcome. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
What was the moment for you like when you got to share the news with your family, your wife, your kids, and your family here in South Florida that you were coming?
Whew. Like National Signing Day a little bit, right? An explosion. My family's here, my brother, his wife, nephews, my goddaughter, everybody's here. My mom is, she's close by in the hospital. She's fighting. she'll get the news, when she's ready for it. I don't want to cause more issues and have to have more care at the hospital, when she knows. But could imagine, man. It's difficult for me to say I'm 51. I'm 51 years old, and yet as I walk here, I stop laughing, Joaquin. I know he's starting with me already, but as I walk through this morning, the things that come back to mind as if it was just yesterday. It's incredible. And I guess it resonates. It's that strong of an impression that it just never leaves you. And so when that opportunity came up and it was going to really happen, it was everything, right? Tears, joy, just absolutely awesome.
Hey, Coach. Wanted to ask you about just the commitment to resources moving forward, right? How big of a factor was that for you deciding to come here? And just in general, the potential of the program moving forward with a bigger commitment to the program now?
That was one of the critical pieces, to be honest with you. Football has changed so much, and it continues to change. And a lot of people refer to it as an arms race. But the investment, people talk about a lot of times, and I think sometimes universities and colleges go the wrong way because they just collect talent or collect facilities as opposed to investing in people. And there's a big difference. And in having the opportunity to meet with these men and to realize the massive investment in making sure that these student athletes have the best chance for success, it was a huge overriding factor. And I learned that when I had a chance to go away and work at some different spots. I got to see how much is invested in sports psychology, in nutrition, strength and conditioning, player development, professional development, bringing in speakers, having NFL visits, having them come in and lecture and teach your coaches about their systems, techniques, and fundamentals. So it's something that should never, ever stop, because if you want to keep growing, you got to keep investing. And that was something that was, it was mind-blowing. It really was. And really excited to dig into that.
What's going on, Mario?
How you doing,
Ball
man?
as well. Always great to see you. Mic check. Oh, here we go. They always talk about the job. How hard was it for you to keep those emotions in check over this time, knowing that this was your dream job and that opportunity finally came and fell in your lap?
Well, I mean, to tell you the truth, when I work, I work. And when I was at Oregon, I did not see myself ever leaving because of how much I love the place and I love the people. And I think when you do it right, if this is truly a vocation, when you're at a place, you're fully in. And I was given that opportunity, and we loved everything, absolutely everything. So I guess the best way to say it, and I don't know if I'm answering your question or whatnot, but when you have the opportunity to play at a place and then come back and coach there with the experiences that you have had, surrounded by the people and the family that, your fondest memories are of, what's more powerful than that in this coaching profession? It doesn't make it easy. I'm being very honest. It's difficult because of time invested. And I believe in people. I believe in pouring every ounce into people when you have the chance to make a difference in their life. It's your job to be a blessing to them. So, but when something like this comes together, you can't draw it up any better. So it's emotional, there's passion behind it, there's drive, there's energy, there's a sense of urgency to get to work right away because you want to get started. So try putting all those things into one with about 16 shots of Cuban coffee and 2 hours of sleep, and that's what you have.
You mentioned the commitment to resources being a huge factor. Have other coaches, as far as filling out your staff and reaching out to you around the country, now noticing that Miami is making this big commitment, and has the recruiting of players have already started for you?
Yeah, I actually, joked with Kirk Herbstreit, and said, hey, man, we ought to get you on the air more often and, take a little jab at a resource or something because, you created something. And so, but I want to express myself in terms of that is in the form of gratitude, because that's what I feel. I feel a tremendous amount of gratitude because when someone has a vision, okay, and that vision that these men have put together is real and the backing to make it a reality, there's no stopping it. As long as you have the right people in place that are energized and willing to go to a level of work and intensity that others can't fathom. And that's what we want to bring to the table and combine it with that opportunity. I thank you guys. I thank you guys, because without that, it just doesn't work. It's hopeful, you know, you can wish about it, but it doesn't. So what that's going to do as well is not only attract, you know, the highest level talent out there, but also from a coaching standpoint, from an administrator standpoint, it just builds upon itself. It's a lot of momentum.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
This program has not been at the top for several years. It's obviously a different era, you know, from when you played here and coached, with social media and the like, making the world smaller and more accessible to recruits. What is it about Miami that makes you know you can get it done here?
I would kind of veer the other way and say, what's it not about Miami? You know, what is there that you wouldn't want as a student athlete that wouldn't be here? Because everything is here. It's a first-class university. Academically, your diploma. You're in the hotbed of recruiting talent in the entire country. Your facilities have taken a tremendous upgrade and are going to continue to grow. You're going to be surrounded by the best coaches. Just look at the people sitting in the audience now and look what they accomplished here when the resources had not even hit this level yet. The tradition that has been established here by the players and the coaches that have passed through here has launched it into the public eye, into the minds of people of what Miami can be. Now that we're in a new era of college football, where investment and resources reign supreme, right? They're very critical. Now that you add that piece as well, now sky's the limit. It's been proven. It's been done before with a lot less. Now it's an opportunity to take it to a new level with a lot more.
Welcome back, Coach.
Thank you. Gracias.
I'm very happy, but we're talking about the future and the recruiting and everything. Have you had a chance to evaluate the present talent that is on campus at this point?
Well, I know some of the guys just from crossover recruiting. You know, I was kidding with them today. I couldn't get you to go all the way across the country, so I had to come here to coach you, you know? So I know a lot of the guys, and I know there's some really talented guys in the roster. And like any roster, you have to recruit. You always have to elevate the caliber of athlete that you have on the roster, right? In college football, talent acquisition, personnel is the most critical factor. It is. You have a roster of 85 scholarship players. You have up to 30, 35 walk-ons, which is a critical part of any program. A lot of guys end up being great players that come in as walk-ons, and not a single one of those pieces can be something that you take for granted. Every single player, every single person in the building, every analyst, every GA, every coach has a role, okay? And there are certain criteria that we look for at every single position, and sometimes it's not exactly perfect, but you want to get yourself to a level where you're hitting on those criteria because it's a proven blueprint, right? Certain specs, certain size, speed combinations, athletic ability, flexibility, balance, and body control, combined with the right heart, the right mindset, the right work ethic, typically leads to tremendous success, okay? So, and you have some great talent evaluators here, some really good staff personnel here, some really good recruiting coordinators here that have done a really good job, and there's a lot to be built upon that as well. So I'm gonna get off on a tangent here and just start talking about recruiting if you don't stop me, but I hope that kind of, it segues a little bit into what you're trying to get. There's some really talented guys on the roster. There's some guys, it's our job to develop, you know, it's our job to bring a Power 5 supersized development program to maximize their potential. And so they get out of it what they came here to do, and it's our job to get them there. And at the same time, bring in as much talent, hardworking talent as possible, because the best way to get your team better is to introduce competition. And you got to introduce it every day in every way. And that cannot be a threatening thing. That has to be welcomed by the players, by the staff, because it's my job to challenge the staff as well. I got to challenge coaches. I got to challenge graduate assistants, analysts to be their very best. And the only way to do that is to introduce competition. That'll be at the core of everything we do in the program as we train in the offseason.
Hi, Mario. Welcome back. Speaking of recruiting, one of the issues down here in the last few years or for many years has been not being able to keep the elite talent from this area here. And you're actually part to blame for that, coming down here and getting people from schools you work for. How do you intend to change that?
Well, it's not going to be through a tweet or a proclamation or anything of that nature. You've got to go grind. And when I say grind, it's not just, aimless effort and enthusiasm. It falls more along the lines of really digging deep into, when I say recruiting, because there's an evaluation process. So pardon me as I pause here. You've really got to dig deep into the fit. And then once you understand what that is, then you got to go all in and make sure that the family understands how important that person is to your program. You got to make sure they understand how they fit in your program. You got to make sure you have a clear path for them to achieve academic and athletic success. You got to make sure there's a very clear vision drawn out and laid out for them to understand that this program is going to work its tail off to play for championships. It's not going to happen magically. We got to work this thing into existence. And they got to see that you have true passion, that you're genuine and authentic. And it's probably the best part I love about this being the hire here. Obviously I'm biased and I'm the guy here now. But is because what's more real than one of your players coming back home to serve, because that's my job, to serve the university and the team, to do everything humanly possible to keep taking steps and elevating step by step. And there's some painful steps you can't skip, mind you, but to keep going and going and going. And that's what we're just going to keep coming, man. We're just going to keep coming again and again and again and strategize. You got some really good people here that have had some good strategies, and we're on some guys now, and we're going to take this next week to try to close out the early signing period and then venture into the next one. So that's a little bit of the plan.
Hey, Coach, obviously you've recruited South Florida for a really long time here. Just, what makes a South Florida talent special to you, and just your approach and just sort of attacking that, I guess, and, what, like, the access to the talent, how much did that have to do with, you making the decision to come here?
South Florida in terms of it being special to me?
The hotbed, you mentioned the hotbed, all that stuff, just the access to the talent and how important that was to you when coming over here. And,
right.
Obviously you've done it for a long time, just what you've seen from South Florida talent that makes them so attractive to you. I know you've recruited them even over here.
Guys play football down here not only because they want to, because they have to. It's life down here. It's in the DNA. Go to local parks anytime, during the week, during the weekend. What are they doing? They're playing ball. It's a way of life. It's a vehicle to a better life and a better opportunity, to an education, everything else that goes with it. The coaching in South Florida and the state of Florida does not get enough credit. These guys invest their own personal time and their own money to make sure guys have a chance to develop and get an opportunity at the next level. All levels, not everybody's a Power 5 player, but all levels, because it's a vocation for them too. It's their calling. So I love that. I love it because it's important. It's at the top of the food chain. And for me, that's what I want to be around. I want to be around people. I want to be in a community where this is life, This is life. And so I can't wait to dive in. I can't wait to see all the high school coaches that I've known for so long. Now they're right around the corner, which is a huge plus. And it's such a densely populated, talent-rich area that there's a reason the entire country comes here to try to get talent. Okay? Well, it's time to make sure the talent stays home.
Hi, Mario. Ruthie Polinsky with NBC6. Can you describe South Florida, Miami, in your words, and what the city, the location, means to you?
Well, born and raised, born and raised, I'm dating myself, but I already said I'm 51, so 1970, right? I could start rattling off just the places I just don't want to cause nostalgia theater in here right now, so. Home is home, and this home is special. It's the most culturally diverse, vibrant, energize destination city in the entire world, right? I mean, the people, right? Because the location is awesome, right? It's always what they tell you in class and business management, right? Location, location, location. But there should be another line underneath that say the people, the people, the people. I'm beyond fired up to be able to be where I played, born and raised and everything else. But again, these gentlemen, the people, the people, the people are the ultimate difference in everything. So it's a huge reason why I'm back home. It's a ginormous reason why these young men that are here, our student athletes, are going to continue to thrive and flourish and elevate standards because we're going to surround them by the best, you know? And some of them might be from South Florida, some might not, but I think once you're part of the community down here, you're part of it forever. So.
Hi, Coach. Univision here. Can we have a few words in Spanish on how you feel and what are your expectations on the new role? Thank you.
¿Cómo no? Pero, ok, sí, perfectamente bien, pero quiero que sepa que en mi tiempo en Oregón no había muchas oportunidades para hablar español. Así que si se me va una palabra y más tarde un disparate y más tarde hoy mi mamá agarra un zapato y me lo tira a la cabeza, pues me perdona. Pero, porque, y mi esposa sabe, me pasaba, si íbamos a comer, había un restaurante ahí pequeño, creo que se llamaba Mucho Gusto, se llamaba el restaurante, y en vez de ordenar la comida y salir con la comida, me quedaba ahí a hablar español para practicar. Así que, pero no, esto es un honor tremendo, de verdad. Imagínate, es difícil encontrar las palabras para explicar el honor, el privilegio que es este momento. Y todo lo que sé, la manera es mejor explicarme es que voy a trabajar como nunca para poder darle éxito a todos nuestros jugadores, los que antes habían jugado aquí, la familia, la comunidad, porque sé que la Universidad de Miami y los Huracanes viven en el corazón de nuestra familia. How'd I do? Man, it's hard. That was hard. My Spanish teacher over at Columbus is going to throw a shoe at me too. And
hey, Mario. Welcome back home, man.
thanks, brother.
Hey, I know you're a grinder. You want to get out there already probably and start working.
Yes.
Timeline-wise with coaching staff and what you're looking for, I wanted to ask you about that. And then also just your vision. It's a pretty good quarterback here. Just your vision for the offense and the defense and what you want to accomplish.
You build it around your best players for sure. I'll start with the coaching part. Coaching staff-wise is first get with the coaches here. There's some really good coaches here and get a chance to talk with them and interview them because they deserve that opportunity. I believe in respect. The sport of football, to me, is, man, it's the ultimate form of respect. And the lessons you learn in it, you got to make sure you implement them. And we will do that, as well as some other candidates. You always want to try to get a staff in place as soon as possible while respecting the processes that are currently going on. Preparation for a bowl game against Washington State, okay? So those things are hard to juggle. But that's the timeline for that. As it happens, the sooner the better, but at the same time, making sure that it's thorough, that it's fair. Those things are critical for that nature. In terms of the offense and defense, multiple on both sides of the ball and very aggressive. You build it around your best players. It's obvious watching from afar, watching film on the way in, there's not a better quarterback in the country, you know, and you got to make sure, and I see a lot of big bodies here, and I got to meet a lot of big bodies that the quarterback is upright, right? Those big bodies got to be in great shape to be able to protect and knock people back off the ball, right? Make sure that we're living in good third down situations, making sure that the sticks are moving and we're scoring lots of points, surrounded with explosive football players. I think anyone that watches our quarterback work, you can't help but be excited and be a member of this. So that's going to play a big role in recruiting as well. I'm going to rely on Tyler for that as well. So, but I think those things are starting points as we dig more into film and evaluation. I see a lot of guys with good length. I see some speed, and I want to get with them on the field. I'd like to jump with them out there. I like to watch practice, without, truly interfering in the process and respecting that side of it. I want to jump into the winter conditioning program, the fourth quarter program. I want to see guys bend, come out of their hips, redirect, change directions, accelerate, decelerate. I want to see guys react. I want to gauge instincts. I want to make sure that the specs and the criteria that we're trying to hit are truly evaluated, and then make decisions from there as to, an organizational chart, how to practice, who fits at what best position, and then continue just keep bringing in talent, keep increasing the level of competition. That's the best way that we can enhance the roster and our productivity on the field.
Back here, Michelle Kaufman from the Miami Herald. Welcome back. Bienvenido. My question is, how long have you dreamed of this moment? And when did it, if you could really tell us, when did it become a reality in your mind? When did you really make this decision that you're coming back? When did it become a reality that this could happen? And when did you decide to come here? And how long have you dreamed about this?
Yeah, I really don't dream much. I just don't have time to dream. I mean, my days are very, very, very long and coffee laden, croqueta laden, among some other things. But when you play here, you dream of it. And when you start working, you can't focus on that because you'll drive yourself crazy. You wouldn't be doing justice to those around you. And I can honestly say when I worked at Rutgers, I was working there for the next 100 years. And when I was at Oregon, that was where I was going to work and stay forever. And I loved every minute of all those places, because it's not fair to say now, oh, I was dreaming of this. It wouldn't be the case. It was something that when you were here, man, could it actually happen one day? Because it just doesn't happen, right? It's as difficult as it gets in college football. And then when it finally came, and this was just, I don't know if we're over a day now or hours, but it's something else now. I will not share that with you. I only shared that with my family and with the powers that be. It was just right when it had to happen. And I was respectful of everybody's process, and I want to continue to go along those lines. Right.
All right, it looks like it's over. Let's see. Little hug with Don Bailey Jr. Once
everybody that's here,
right.
I know Don's
Great.
got, I'm sure, a few things to say. He's in great shape, isn't he? Look at this guy. Just to everybody, once again, thank you. Because the best way to show it means the world to me is by just relentlessly attacking this opportunity and bringing every possible advantage, teaching moment, whatever it may be, to help our guys take that next step. They deserve that. These players deserve that. They deserve our best, all of us. And we're all going to give it to them. Thank you very much. Go Canes. Let's go.
Looks like we got it. There we go. All right. Mario Cristobal, there you go, introduced as the University of Miami's new head coach. It's an exciting day, man. You got to feel really, really good overall. Mario's got a tough job ahead of him. Satisfying fans is not easy. Winning a national championship is hard as hell. He's got to start by taking down Clemson. He's got to start by taking down all the recruiting that's going on in South Florida. And his quote that it's time for the South Florida talent to stay home. That was a huge thing. I mean, listen, how many of you did not want to suit up right there and then, right? Sean was telling me on the text, I saw a bunch of you guys texting it out there, which, by the way, smash the like button because, we are trying our best to provide everything for you here on this show, something that they can't do locally in any other place. So please smash the like button. That helps us grow in a big time way. But great press conference, knocked it out of the park, inspired all of us, right? It was just one of those press conferences that, it's a whole different ball game. You got a different feel than Al Golden. You got a different feel than Randy Shannon. You even got a different feel. Manny was an inspiring one, I will admit. That one was, different feel from Rick, who was mellow. This was just real. You know what I mean? And it's you feel it. And he wears it on his sleeve, and he cares. And it's coming all from el corazón, right? That's the beauty of what you're seeing there. And when he tells you that, he's all in like he was when he was at Rutgers or at Oregon, that's what you got here. You got a guy all in. He's not looking at any other job anymore. He got the job he wanted finally. And the University of Miami, to their credit, man, I got to give them a lot of credit, and the boosters and however it is they came up with this money. God bless you, dude. You finally stepped up to compete at a high level in college football. And this is as exciting as it gets for all Canes fans because you feel like you have hope now. You know that he understands the program. He understands what kind of players you need in order to win. And one of the things that remember before we came on, before we went to the press conference, I was talking a little bit about this. And I said, well, at Oregon, you're not winning any national championships. Before Mario, during Mario, probably after Mario, no matter how much Phil Knight dishes out the cash, right? Oklahoma State isn't winning any national titles, right? Since Jimmy Johnson left and came to the University of Miami. I mean, the mullet man does a good job. Don't get me wrong. Come after me. I'm a man. I'm now 50. So I get it. All that, they're good programs. But Jimmy came to Miami because the player you're going to get at Miami and the players you can get at Miami are in Oklahoma State. Sorry, Oklahoma State. The players you get at Miami and you can win at Miami, they're not at Oregon. They don't go to Oregon. Okay? So I'm just saying, it's a different player. And if you get enough of those and you coach them up, you got a shot at a national title. Because that's why Nick Saban comes down here with this little stinking helicopter to keep stealing people. Stealing this guy from Northwestern, I'm stealing that guy from American Heritage, and I'm stealing that guy from Homestead, and I'm stealing that guy from Port St. Lucie, and you know what I'm saying? So that's why Nick Saban does it, because we're watching some of our kids here go there and then win national titles there and then go on to the NFL. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things that's got to change, and he's going to change that. No one's going to out-recruit this guy. This guy's been the number one recruiter on a consistent basis. And watching that press conference, if you were on the fence, you're going to tell me he didn't recruit your ass to the positive side? Some of you wanted to put on pads and start running gassers. Some of you, like Sean, was ready to run through a wall for his ass. You know what I'm saying? Sean was telling me off the air, Navon Donaldson, what? Get his fat ass out of there. I'm ready to park it right now and help Manny get to a title. And don't count Sean Stanley out. He could run that offense, baby. Run that offensive line and truck folks. He's ready. He's ready for you, coach. All right, it's 11 o'clock. It's the top of the hour. Let's take a quick break. I want to come back. I got a lot of things to talk about. We're going to talk we pushed Ira down to 11:30 because we got to talk a little bit more about this. I got to talk about one of our listeners who just wanted to be a sourpuss. I want to talk a couple things also about Cristobal that I heard in this press conference, and I want to go over some of this stuff. I also want to go over some of the ridiculous and unrealistic reactions to the Manny Diaz firing, and we'll get to that also. I got a bunch of things that I want to get to. So let's take a really quick break here. We'll come back for hour number 2. Give me a couple minutes here. We'll get ready and get ready for hour number 2. Remember, 11:30 Ira. At noon, we'll have Manny Navarro. He was at that press conference. You heard him ask one of the questions there. We will get his reactions also to everything going on. Back with hour number 2 right here on the Big O Radio Show.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchased with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Thank you out there. Appreciate all of you, as always, for supporting the show like you do. Nate Richardson, thank you, sir, out there, giving us a little love on Venmo. Appreciate it. I was just checking. Sean Campbell giving us some love there on Cash App. Thank you out there. As Sean and myself work hard as hell to bring you a show every single day. And trying to cover everything, man. You see the UM stuff. We got Manny Navarro here. We got Ira Winderman coming up. We got Omar Kelly, Joe Shad, Alan Poupar. I mean, we cover it all for you guys. And whether it's going to be the Canes, whether it's the NBA season, we are going to try to put together the best sports talk show for you here in South Florida with no politics, no crap. We don't have to cater to any team and worry about what they're saying like they have to in other local stations. And thank you all out there, by the way, for making us easily the most listened to sports talk show in South Florida by miles. It's not even close. We crossed 9 million downloads yesterday. We have gone 6 million downloads since June 14th. 6 million downloads since June 14th, thanks to all of you out there. We could get to the 10 million mark by the end of this month, actually. So appreciate all of you out there, man. Smash the like button. We tell you all the time, if you want to make a donation through Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. Of course, we got the super chat there also, but we'd rather you do it through Cash App or Venmo because we get the whole donation there. Obviously, YouTube takes away 30% of that. So thank you all out there, as always, for being so kind and supporting us. And we're working on all kinds of things, man. As the sponsors grow, we want to hit the road now and get you ready for the off season, with our East-West Shrine trips, with our Senior Bowl, Combine, NFL Draft. We're going to be in Vegas. All right, we got to get things going again with Tommy Rockers, and we'll be in Vegas for that. We'll be in Vegas, I think, for several things. Even with Ira, we'll be in Vegas for the NBA Summer League. So we're going to be going to Vegas quite a bit there. I had to kind of twist Sean's arm or something to go to. I said, Sean, we got to go to Vegas a couple times. Is that all right with you? He was like, I don't know, man. Vegas, I don't know. And I was like, they've got buffets. And he's like, I'm there. And so I somehow or another, I was able to twist his arm. So he's ready. You're ready to hit those buffets, aren't you? I love it. You know what we need to do? We need to team up with one hotel. I would like to team up with one hotel in Vegas because I believe we're going to go up there 4 different times. Okay? And maybe other things we might end up going there too. So you never know. So, but Vegas will be a stop that's going to be very common for us in 2022. So I'm looking forward to hitting Vegas quite a bit. All right, so Manny Navarro will join us at noon to talk a little bit about this story. I do want to talk a little bit about the Manny Diaz thing because I kind of find it funny. You know what I mean? Some of you out there were, they're leaving Manny out there hanging to dry. He's got a contract. They control him. I mean, listen, a lot of people that have not been in a profession that requires a contract, you don't understand it. But they own your ass. That's just the way it is. You signed it away. You signed the contract. And they can do what they want with you. They're paying you. They're paying you handsomely. Okay? And listen, you know what the best way for Manny Diaz to get revenge? Well, let me ask you something. When they hired Al Golden and they didn't hire Mario Cristobal, what happened? Did Mario Cristobal point fingers and start whining and complain? No, dude. The guy minded his own business, went to Alabama, got his work done, then went to Oregon and got the head coaching job and ended up doing a terrific job over there. And now he's back, and they had to pay him and beg him to come back. Okay? If Manny Diaz, I saw his statement. And for those of you that didn't see his statement, let me play it for you here. Let me not play it for you. Let me read it for you here. Where do we have it? Here we go. Here's Manny Diaz's comment. Okay, let me see how much you guys can see here. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but you look close. It says, I am disappointed in the University of Miami's decision and the manner in which it was played out over the last few weeks. The uncertainty impacted our team, our staff, and their families. These are real people that gave everything to this program. For them, I hurt. Our players have proven their resiliency through, so I know that they will regroup and move forward with class, toughness, and unity. That is who they are. And this is what we're about. I am thankful I had the honor to lead these young men and will cherish every minute of our time together. I leave very proud of what we were building and the fight we brought every week. Though significant injuries and adversity, this team never quit and is poised to do special things on the field and beyond. The 2021 season presented unique challenges early and often, but the team repeatedly responded. Our young talent got valuable playing time and experience, significant growth, setting the stage for a breakout 2022 season. Our team's resolve is evidence of a genuine belief in what we were building and, perhaps more importantly, how we were doing it. I am incredibly grateful to the dedicated group of loyal supporters that have been steadfastly behind the program, to our incredible staff who embraced every challenge without blinking. Thank you. With the foundation in place and the new resources being introduced, I have no doubt that the future is bright for this program. More importantly, to each and every player who gave their all for this program over the last 3 years, I love you and will always support you in every possible way. Go Canes and Manny Diaz. And I wish Manny Diaz luck down the line, and I hope the best for him. I really do. A little whiny in that there and pointing out and making excuses. I would tell Manny, you had 3 years to show that you were organized. You had 3 years to show that you can win games that you're supposed to win, like the FSU game, like the decisions you made on that. So it doesn't matter how bright you think the University of Miami future is. Guess what? The future of the University of Miami has always been bright because they can get talent. The problem with the University of Miami is they haven't been able to find the man who can actually recruit, define what the talent is and what they can do, get the max out of that talent, and produce a championship. That's been the problem. That's what Al Golden couldn't do, and that's what Randy Shannon couldn't do, and that's what Mark Richt unfortunately could not do, and that's what you couldn't do, and that's what Larry Coker in the end could not do on his own. You know, when he picked up the players off of somebody else, he was able to start strong, but he finished weak. Same as Dennis Erickson. He picked up Jimmy Johnson's players, but once it was his players, the program went to crap. Okay? And so what did Cristobal do? Cristobal just went to work and got his revenge other ways. So, Manny, this is my message to you, okay? Because in life, you're going to fail. In life, you're going to make mistakes, all right? And the moment you make that mistake, whatever it is in life, you have to learn from that mistake and you have to try to get better from that mistake. And for 3 years, you proved that you weren't the guy. So you want your revenge? Get back to work, man. See if somebody's going to hire you as a coordinator or as a position coach and work your way back to the top. If you're that good, you'll get back to it. That's it. Get it done, dude. That's all. Pretty simple. Mario Cristobal got his revenge. Pretty simple. But it's not easy. Adversity's never easy. It tests your character. It tests your belief in you. It tests your work ethic. It tests your dedication. So now we're going to find out if Manny has it. Pretty simple. Look at my life. Let's see. For 11 months, I knew I was going to get fired at QAM. I got fired. Finally, I was happy that I got fired. I told him I was really happy that I got fired. I said, hey, thank you for this. I appreciate it. Now I can move on. So I started my own podcast. But along the way, 2 opportunities came up that I said, I'll try it. Didn't work out at 1210. Didn't work out with Onside Radio. Am I supposed to pout and scream and cry? No, dude, I get back to work. I put my head down. I get back to work. Sean is helping me here. Sean is obviously a important cog here in everything that we do. And look where we're at now. We out download QAM and 790 combined. All right? On a monthly basis, we get more downloads than those two stations get combined in 5 months. So that's what I would tell Manny Diaz. If you believe in yourself the way Mario Cristobal does, the way I believe in myself, then you will work hard, put your head down, and things will work out one way or another. Giving up, pointing fingers, whining, making excuses, that shit don't fly. All right? I've seen people that lose job and then they whine, oh, woe is me, oh, woe is me. You're never going to catch me saying, oh, woe is me. You're always going to catch me going, okay, I'm going to get back off the ground. I'm going to brush the crap off of me. Now I'm coming after you. That's it. That's who I am. That's who Mario Cristobal is. That's who you should be, Manny Diaz. That's what I would say. And for all of you idiots out there, oh, they're mistreating Manny Diaz. Oh, they're letting him out to hang. He signed a contract. Those of you complaining, you probably never signed a contract in your life, and you don't understand that. But they own you. That's just the way it is. So we're going to find out if Manny Diaz can lift himself up from here, because everybody fails, man. It's what you do after you fail is what counts. That's what you got to do. Don't whine. Don't complain. Get after it, baby. Get after it. All right. Let's see. What else do we have here? What else did I see? By the way, University of Miami, you're hiring a former offensive lineman. Okay, Mario Cristobal is a big guy. Did you have to give him a jersey from the kids department or something? What the hell is wrong with you? I mean, I got a Senior Bowl jersey that's framed. Right? I've been going to Senior Bowl for over 20 years. So I told the Senior Bowl director who I'm tight with, I say, hey man, give me a jersey. I'd like to take a jersey home and frame it and put it in my studio. And I have it there. I can't show it to you. I got to move the camera and all that crap. But I have but it's a normal size jersey of a regular football player. That's the way it looks good. Now, is Mario Cristobal going to frame that little weak-ass jersey? They gave him a jersey that a 7-year-old wears. What, did they not have enough number 1 jerseys? They couldn't find a double XL, triple XL? My man wanted to stretch it, because he got it. It's like, did you guys hire a kid or something, or you're hiring me? What? I mean, that jersey that was it. All right, listen, the University of Miami did everything great. Julio Frank, everybody, I don't know who the boosters are. They gave the money, whatever. God bless you all. Damn, just give the man like a man's jersey, please.
Didn't it make you feel like that was a last minute thing? Like, oh, we don't have to give him, grab a jersey.
Yes, it definitely. And then because of the number 1 thing, it's like, well, that's the only number 1 size we have. Well, then go get another number, bro. Get him a lineman number or something. Get a 21 since it's 2021 or something. But get him a man's jersey. They got him a 6-year-old's jersey. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. Come on. I saw that, and that was just an absolute joke. I was like, seriously? That's what you're going to do? By the way, that speech about it's time to work, it's about time invested, and it's about values. And that's one of the things that you see in Mario, right? Mario is old school values. Those of us that are old school, we kind of understand that. Put in the work. And that's interesting because I don't know if all these kids nowadays are willing to put in the work. Unless the kid has an old school parent, not a millennial type parent, but an old school type parent that teaches their kids work ethic. You know what I mean? Like my wife and I were super hard on our daughter. Like super hard. Okay? My wife's a school teacher, she's a math teacher. My daughter had no breaks when it came to academics, all right? And she ended up with a 5.1 GPA. So, it helped out. But that doesn't mean that happens all the time. Parents just don't stay on top of their kids on a consistent basis. They will let it slide and let it slide and let it slide and let it slide, and then it becomes habitual that you let it slide. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the challenge for Mario, but he is old school as it gets. And I like that because in football, that's probably what happens in Alabama, okay? Because Saban is as old school as it gets. Now, do you have to adapt a little bit? Of course you have to adapt. But you also still have to have demands, and you still have to have requirements met. And like he was talking about, that there are things that he sees about certain players and individuals, that criterias that they have to meet, and that's what you want to get to. Because one of the things that I saw with this University of Miami football team under Manny, under Al Gold, and under others was a habitual problem of mistakes, a habitual problem of coming up short. And it became the norm that you were mediocre to average, where the old Canes demanded greatness from each other. Not just the coach, but the players. And why? Because they all came in with the same work ethic. Bust your ass, win games, and prove to people that you're the best, and then prove to the pros that we got to have a piece of that. That's what it's all about. And that's one of the things that I saw. He said you want to be proud of the U for the right reasons. It's been a long time that we're proud of the U for the right reasons. I thought that was, bringing back culture and integrity, all of these things that have been lacking with this team. And when you start seeing players hold each other accountable, then that's when this university is going to take that next step. And Manny Diaz in his letter can say, oh, they're primed for bigger and better things. Yes, when they have the proper leader. The Miami Dolphins have had the same problem too. They need the proper leader, the proper motivator, the proper guy that gets them prepared on the right way, week in and week out. The guy that can communicate with them on the good days and the bad days and the good moments and the bad moments. That's Mario Cristobal's job. That hasn't happened here in a long time. So you get that feeling like it's something that it's going to turn. And he's been able to do it. He did a little something at FIU. And the fact that, a moron like Pete Garcia ends up firing him, I mean, just ridiculous. Obviously, it's just an absolute joke. But Pete Garcia was a joke, and that's why the FIU program was always a joke, because of Pete Garcia. And the successes they had at times, it was in spite of Pete Garcia. And listen, let me tell you, it's not an easy thing to resurrect a program. Texas has been trying to do it for years now. USC has been trying to do it for years. FSU is now caught in that rut. Washington's caught in that rut. Tennessee is caught in that rut. There are teams that fall into that black hole, and it becomes the abyss, and they can't get out. And that's been the University of Miami. They've been in that abyss for nearly 20 years now. And it took them a lot of embarrassment. I'm glad Kirk Herbstreit said what we've been saying locally for years, but obviously our voices don't carry nearly as much as Kirk on ESPN. And I know they love to credit him and all that, but he's way behind us on this show. We've been talking about this for years now, about where the University of Miami and where they've effed up. I'm glad that Kirk Herbstreit said it, but, just impressive stuff, man. Impressive stuff. We will get to one of our listeners who just was way off on something on today. We got other things that I want to talk about with the Mario Cristobal hiring. The Miami Heat struggled last night against Memphis. It was ugly. It's going to be ugly without Bam, and maybe, who knows, we're going to lose Butler again. We'll see what happens. Ira Winderman, as always, is covering the Miami Heat for the South Florida Sun Sentinel and for our show, as he joins us 3 times a week, twice with the accurate Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report, and for the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show, which will be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a really quick break. When we come back, Ira Winderman joins us to talk a little Heat, a little NBA with the Acura Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report.
Heat fans, time for the best insight of your favorite team with insider Ira Winderman, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. It's the Acura of Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report. Here's Ira Winderman.
All righty, there we go. There he is. No glasses and everything, so we gave him plenty of time to prep for all of that. How's your tailbone? All right?
Probably better off than Jimmy Butler's right now. Although when Jimmy Butler got off the ground 5 minutes into the game, he sort of looked like me waking up and getting out of bed every morning. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. He reminded me of me. I thought of that. I was going, wow, he looks 55, because that's how I look. You know what I'm saying? It's like, holy crap. And then, I mean, for that to happen right away like that, and the poor guy's coming off that damn injury. Yeah. I mean, we end up losing him again, right? That's probably what's going to end up happening.
You know what?
He
probably should not have come back, because let's face it, Big O, in NBA basketball, you're going to get knocked down. You're going to be bumped. You know, you can be padded all you want. It's not like football. There's a limit you can do.
Especially Jimmy, who does not have the outside game to just like change and say, okay, I'm not going to attack the rim anymore. I'm going to play from the outside. He can't do those kind of things.
Exactly. Spot on. He has to get to the foul line. He has to create contact. He has to be physical and get steals on defense. His game, Jimmy Butler's game, you're totally right, Big O, is a contact sport. And if he can't play it as a contact sport, he's not Jimmy Butler. And if the Miami Heat don't have Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler, they're just another team. They're the team that Kyle Lowry left in Toronto. And again, this is not a condemnation. This is true of any team. Take Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum off of the Celtics. Take away, you could say, I guess, Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. We saw what they were without them when Embiid had COVID from the Sixers. You know, the NBA is a sport where only 5 guys play at a time. It is so much more, affecting of the game when you lose 1 or 2 top players. And right now, Eric Spoelstra can say all he wants. I just posted a story on sunsentinel.com about how he's saying he has to be better. That deflects from the players. Coaches always say they have enough. But you know what? You also have to have common sense.
But Eric Spoelstra could have 2 players on the roster, and he'll tell you, no, we've got enough.
And he'll tell you that. So we have to tell you he doesn't have enough. So we have to tell you here on the Acura Pembroke Pines report twice a week that there's a certain point when your team just isn't good enough, and you could talk about effort, and you could talk about system, and you could talk about culture. This is a talent-based league, arguably more than any other sport outside of the quarterback in the NFL. And when you lack talent, God bless Caleb Martin and his dunks. God bless Gabe Vincent, his defense, and his three-pointers. But you know what? They would tell you. Caleb Martin would tell you I'm not as good as Bam. Gabe Vincent would tell you I'm not as good as Jimmy Butler. That's where they are right now. It's a tough spot for them. If they can tread water, they'll be fine. But without those 2, they're just a bunch of guys.
No, I'm with you there. No doubt about it. And although I will say this, Ira, that I think the positive of all of this, I think you might have to turn your speaker down or something. Anyways, the positive of all of this, at least for now, and I know people are going to say, oh, well, you're just, you're giving me hopium at this point. But, okay, I know it's going to be rough waters. But watching Yurtseven play more minutes and maybe developing Caleb Martin at this point. I know people don't want to hear this, but developing Gabe Vincent and all that kind of stuff right now, maybe that might be some of the more productive things you'll do, because you'll try to fight your way out of this. You'll try to win whatever games you can. But by the time you get these guys back, you might be a better team and a deeper team in the second half of the season. And hell, who knows if you even get Oladipo also, then it really gets crazy out there. So that's the way I would spin it, is that right now, okay, you do your best to try to fight out of it, but in the process, try to develop some of these young guys. Now you're going to be forced to play Yurtseven a little bit more because he brings more offense than Dedmon does anyways. So you're going to have to try to use him. And at the same time, maybe you can also improve his defense along the way. So maybe that's what we see more of here, is more of a developmental stage here for some of the other guys.
Thank you, my glass half full friend. And I can understand you saying that, a little out of character for you in some extent. But I also think,
but I'm also patient. I'm also patient because it's 82 games.
Look, but let's be honest. If the Heat want to get to where they want to get, they have to have Bam Adebayo, PJ Tucker, Duncan Robinson, let's say just for now, Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry in the starting lineup. They have to have Markieff Morris. They have to have Tyler Hero. They probably are going to need Victor Oladipo at some point also, and Dwayne Dedmon. So those other guys developing, that's all well and good, Big O. But they're not going to play at the moments of truth this season. If those guys are playing at the moments of truth in March and April, hopefully into May and June, then the Heat are in trouble also. It's nice to get anyone seasoning. I understand that. I can see the point of that. But the bottom line is you better find a time. Doesn't have to maybe be now. Maybe it doesn't have to be till February or March, when you can bring your core 8 players together and say, get the chemistry. Because Big O, when they had those 7-8 players at the start of the season, they were awesome. They were great.
Awesome. Yeah.
I came on with you 3 times a week talking about, so Ira, what do you think? The finals parade the same thing on Biscayne, or with the low bridges there? Are they going to watch out?
They'll be fine once they get healthy. But I mean, we just got to get through a tough stretch.
And that's
what are we going to do? We can't hurry up the injury process, Ira. We can't get frustrated. And we're not going to start saying, oh, Spo sucks, or this team sucks. Or we know what the reality is. These are 2 key players for them. You cannot replace Bam and Jimmy right now. So it is what it is. You play your best basketball and you try to develop some of the young guys along the way so you can maybe find out something about them. That's it. I mean, what other way can I look at this place right now?
No, and the good thing is, and this is an 82-game season. This isn't 17. This isn't college with 12 and then playoffs or bowl games. Bam Adebayo, if everything went as they said it did yesterday, hopefully we'll be back by early January. Mid-season is mid-January. If you still get Bam Adebayo the final 41 games of the season, and you have a crap ton of home games over the second half of the schedule, I wrote this in my Ask Ira today, Big O. If I'm going to lose a player, I'd rather lose him now for 2 reasons. Yeah. Number 1, it's early. But number 2, they have so many tough road games anyway that even when you're whole, I mean, look at their next road. Well, look at their schedule the next week, okay? Wednesday, tomorrow, you have the Bucks. We know what they did to the Heat of Milwaukee. They've won 10 of their last 11. They're damn good. Saturday, you have the Bulls. Even with DeRozan and COVID protocol, they showed again last night. They're the second best team right now in the Eastern Conference. They're damn good. Then you go on the road to Cleveland next Monday. Well, we saw what Cleveland did to the Heat at FTX Arena. They're pretty, hate to say it again, pretty damn good. And after that, you have the 76ers and Joel Embiid. All of a sudden is 40-point Joel Embiid again. Pretty good. So this is a rough stretch where even if you had Bam and Jimmy, you'd be challenged. So you know what? Get the tough games out of the way. Get the road games out of the way. And when you and I are sitting here and you're going, wait, Ira, you're not traveling again today? And I'll say no, because finally the home games are catching up on the schedule. It's been brutal. It'll get better. This team, as long as it coalesces over the final 41, they'll be fine. Because you know what? Over the final 41, if healthy with all those home games, they can go 30-11. We've seen this team with a crappy team go 30-11 over a second half of the season with James Johnson and Deion Waiters in that team. This team has a way of finding itself, and Eric Spoelstra has a way of finding the right path. So I know it's hard, but it's all about patience at the moment.
By the way, what'd you think of Yurtseven's 17 minutes? Was that kind of his best performance so far?
Yeah, you know what? He's had his moments now, and they can hide him defensively in the zone. He has limitations. He's
Yeah.
not very agile. Not that Dwayne Dedman is a super
Not
athlete
and
anyway,
he's
and I
not
get that.
strong, by the way. He's not strong either.
Well, he's big. Let's put it that way.
He's big. Yeah,
He's
but
getting out muscled a little. But
Yeah.
the one thing, and Eric Spoelstra addressed this after the game last night. You can talk all you want about how PJ Tucker's built like a brick, whatever house you want to call him.
Yeah.
But he's still 6'5", and guys
No,
still beat him over the top. And this notion that he can be your center against height simply doesn't work. So if it's not going to be Dedman, you might as well go for the length of an Omar Yurtseven or something like that. If you're playing this style of the zone and don't have Bam with your team right now, eventually it comes around. But yeah, the kid is intriguing. The kid needs development. Is his upside an all-star? Probably not. Is his upside a serviceable player, Omar Yurtseven? Most likely. So you develop that because you know what? Dwayne Dedman's 32 on a one-year contract. Players are going to move on. I love the development. I'm with you, Big O. I love what I'm seeing for Gabe Vincent. Every team needs a fifth guard. He's almost like the NFL player, and you can also use him on special teams. He does a lot of little things well. He can come in and make a three. He can come in defense. So I like that also. Caleb Martin again. You know, the Heat, I feel very confident. This sounds almost odd, I feel confident of their 9th, 10th, and 11th man when you put Max Strus into that equation also. You're not going to use him at moments of truth. It's nice to have him aboard. So you're right. You get the best out of them, knowing their best is limited, but at least it's something.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. I like it, at least for now, you know. And yesterday, did you think Robinson and Lowry didn't shoot enough?
I think Kyle Lowry didn't, and his quote after the game, and I included in my story, he says, now I have to decide if I need to shoot, or if I need to shoot a lot more. And here's the deal. You know who the Heat are right now without Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo? They're the Raptors, who just had Fred VanVleet and Kyle Lowry. And with Siakam was struggling last year, OG Anunoby and Nunaby was out for a while with his injury. So
Don't
there
forget
were
the great Malachi Flynn. Come on.
Well, yeah, I'm saying the Heat are a two-man team right now. They go as far as Tyler Hero and Kyle Lowry can take them. Duncan Robinson is a product of a system. And when they signed him for 5 years and $90 million, they said, well, Jimmy's going to be here for all 5 of those years. Bam just signed the extension. He's going to be here for all 5 of those years. He plays well with them. Duncan Robinson is not the same player without one of them, let alone 2 of them. They command all the attention. They get him the ball in the right place. So Duncan is a product of the other players. We knew that. The Heat knew that. The Heat also said, but those other players will be there. When they're not, he's a different player. He's a system player. And right now the system is broke because the players are broken.
Yeah, but that player was broken even when the system was supposedly all right. You know what I mean? We have not seen the Duncan Robinson that signed the $95 million deal on a consistent basis at any point this season. You've seen a couple flashes,
yes,
but you have not seen any consistency with Bam or Jimmy or without Bam or Jimmy.
I thought he was coming around a little. He's been known for his slow starts also. I know. Okay, I understand your skepticism, and you're right about that also. But I still think that guys who have a 2-year track record like that eventually come back to the mean.
Oh, no. I'm listen, I know he's going to get back to shooting because he's gifted that way. So he'll figure it out. But my point is, they've got to look at it, and he's got to take a look in the mirror and say, I've got to figure out a way to be better and add a little bit more to my game and become a better player. And, you know, he got better, since he got here playing without the ball. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And now he needs to get better playing with the ball and hopefully learn how to create a little space. I'm not asking you to fake 2 guys out, drive to the hole, and dude, I know you're not that guy. You're not ever going to have that shake and bake, but you got to figure out a way to get a little crafty where you know how to create some space for yourself so you can get your own shot off sometimes. I think that's important for him.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But if you're talking about the immediate fix, I agree when you offered me 2 names of Duncan and Kyle, it has to be Kyle. It has to be Kyle being an SOB. Look, Kyle Lowry signed up to play with Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. He didn't sign up to replace them, but that's where they are right now. And this is a point you made to me way back in August when he signed. And you were concerned that at 35, on a 3-year contract that carries him through his 38th birthday, can he perform to that contract? And the one thing neither you and I took into consideration, would there be nights when he still has to be at 35 years old a leading man? Well, now we see there are these nights. I don't know if 35-year-old Kyle Lowry can carry a team single-handedly on his back anymore. So that's where, when you made that signing, you were assuming everything was copacetic, everything was fine. It'll be interesting now. Kyle said last night, maybe I should shoot a little bit more. That's all well and good. But if you get one of those Dion Waiters 1 of 15s, that's not so good also. We know what Kyle Lowry has in his toughness. We know what he has in his playmaking. How much does he have left in his offensive bag? That might be what these next at least 2 games are all about.
All right, there we go. And again, you've mentioned this 1,000 times. The Haslam Okpala roster spots.
Yeah,
they come into play again here, right? Don't they?
Highly problematic. And again,
you could have had a couple of veterans that can really help.
Exactly. You know, if you needed scorings, you have Brandon Knight, who's going off for the Heat's G League team in Sioux Falls, even for a game or two to bring him in on a short-term contract. I know it's a name you laugh at, but you have Lance Stevenson in the G League, who's a flat-out proven scorer. So for a week or two, you could bring a guy in, but you're in the tax. Because of the Okpala contracts, or getting close to the tax and the Haslam contracts, you can't take on almost another $1. So you're in trouble there. And God bless UD. They brought him in a little. But, I think you would agree. If you need offense, you can't turn to Udonis. He simply is not that player anymore. He's not going to give you scoring, so that you're limited there. And isn't it interesting, how they've cycled through every other player on this roster, but since last Thursday against Cleveland, no KZ Okpala. I mean, think about that. You're saying desperate times call for desperate measures, but even that's too desperate for them right now. You've seen everyone else.
And you know what? You know what? He's a long and lanky defender too, so they actually need that kind of defense, at least, even if his offense is completely scattered and it's completely inconsistent. His defense should be something that might be able to help you, and they're not even counting on that.
Should be, because
not to rely on that. That's an indictment on that kid.
You know what? And this reminds me when you go to the Senior Bowl and you go to the Combine, and you'll tell us that the guy's body, he has a great body. He has a plus length on his reach and all that. And then you'll go into other numbers and metrics, and you'll say that he ran this shuttle and he did that and he has all that. But you know what? You got to be able to play the game. There are many athletes out there who aren't football players. There are many athletes out there who aren't NBA players. KZ Okpala has the tools, but they remain in the toolbox. They don't show enough in games. Eric Spoelstra, if desperate, plays him. If not desperate, clearly we see does everything he can not to play him. There is nothing worse on an NBA roster that is limited to 15 players and sometimes 14 to have unusable dead weight on your roster. And I don't mean to condescend about UD, but again, you have 2 of those on your roster. Yes, we never thought we'd be at a point where both Bam and Jimmy were out at the same time for this long. But you know what? Stuff like this happens. And in a COVID world, look what's happening to Charlotte. They have 5 players in protocols. Look what's happened to the Bulls. They lost Vucevic for 10 days. Now they lost DeMar DeRozan. I don't want to say winter is coming for the Heat. I think they're doing everything they can to avoid that. But that could be something down the road also. You need a more complete roster than the Heat are featuring right now. You're 100% right on that.
Follow him on Twitter at Ira Heatbeat. More importantly, catch him at the South Florida Sun Sentinel and subscribe like many of us do and support our local journalists because it's very important, folks. And, of course, catch him a couple times a week. You can catch him again tomorrow, 1 hardcore hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk, as Ira and Clay Ferraro get it going tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. And then he'll be back on Friday with the Acura Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report. Ira, as always, appreciate you, my friend. By the way, before I let you go, what'd you think of the Mario Cristobal signing?
It's funny. I was going to mention that. The whole process, and this is something I love and hate about sports. We love the announcement. We love the emotion. We love the juice of what happens. But it ultimately comes down to the games. It ultimately comes down to, are you going to win the goddamn Coastal Division finally and get back to another ACC championship game? This is what sports has become, and you know this because we almost do better numbers in the offseason than the regular season in every sport because people love the hope. Right now, the Canes have the hope. But you know what? The Canes had the hope when they got Manny Diaz back from its 2 weeks at Temple. It was like, wow, what a great move. They had to pay, but it was worth doing. You always talk about the hopes. When De'Ara King was coming back, oh, he's coming back, you have the hope. It's got to translate into more than hope. UM has had hope in the offseason for most of these years. You've got to show it on the field. You know what? You're in the ACC. You have some tough non-conference games, but you have a clear path for you. You've got to win. You've got to do it now. No more reading about all these guys who are going to the Florida State Championship football games and then going out of state to Georgia or to the evil Nick Saban, flying into St. Thomas and airlifting out another Surtain or maybe a Taylor or something like that. So there's a lot of work ahead. So God bless. Mario won the press conference. UM won the coaching search and all of that. But it still comes down to the games. So right now, I still think it's one of those, if you're doing the report cards, give it an I for incomplete. You have to finally see it on the field for this team and this program.
Follow him on Twitter at Ira Heatbeat. Ira, we'll see you again tomorrow morning, bright and early at 9 a.m., my friend. Thank you for taking some time.
And if Spoelstra struggles, hire Cristobal. That seems to work. Thank you, Big O.
You got it. There you go. Ira Winderman and our Acura of Pembroke Pines, Miami Heat and NBA report.
You've been listening to the Acura of Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA Report with Ira Winderman. When you're looking for award-winning service and great deals from the #1 volume Acura sales dealership in the Southeast United States, you go to Craig's Inn Acura of Pembroke Pines at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
All right, good stuff as always from Ira. Always appreciate Ira there. Always great information, man. Thank you all out there, as always, for keeping it locked here on the program. Remember, many ways to contribute to the show. First of all, smash the hell out of that like button. That helps us out in a big-time way. So if you can, that would be amazing. Also, you can reach out to us on email, Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. That's Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. Send it in there, as always. What else? You can also make a donation through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show, as we continue to produce the best local sports talk show for all of you out there here in South Florida. Thank you all out there, as always. Do want to remind you, by the way, if you want to be a part of this program and you want to be a part of our show and sponsor, well, guess what, folks? There are ways that you can reach out to us to be a sponsor. We are looking for partners in our growing platform. And if your business wants to reach an audience that starts here in South Florida, crosses the nation, and expanding internationally, folks, this is the program that provides that vehicle. And of course, we are ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. So reach out to us if you're an interested sponsor at 786-754-4664. That is our business number, 786-754-4664. And of course, you can send in the email if your business is interested in being a sponsor of our show at Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. Help us grow, folks, as we provide the content. And of course, personal connection, corporate entities will never achieve. So again, 786-754-4664 if your business wants to be a part of our program. So thank you all out there as always. All right. By the way, I was laughing. We're going to have Manny Navarro at the top of the hour, but George Albanese, who is one of our hardcore supporters, and we love George, but George was kind of a sourpuss, because he was kind of like I don't want to get too pumped up about this. I don't want to set myself up for failure. I always, when I got married, 20, whatever it was, we're 28 years ago, on March 18th will be 28 years, if I'm correct. Yes, 28 years on March 18th. We're going to be, I want to make sure because my wife, I don't know, she sometimes hears, she sometimes doesn't, whatever. If I'm off, she's like, what the hell? You don't know your anniversary? But it's 28 years, I think, coming up March 18th. And so I remember when I got married, I had a couple of friends of mine, at least two I remember, were like, dude, well, what about if you have to get a divorce or something? And I looked at him, I said, brother, I'm not marrying this woman because I'm thinking about divorce. That's not in my thoughts at all. You know what I mean? I intend to marry my wife and then stay with her forever. Now, does that happen? No, of course not. People break up, people get divorced, people fall out of love, whatever happens. I get it. It happens a lot. It happened to my dad 3 times. So I know, okay? I've experienced it. I lived it. You know what I'm saying? So I was in the middle of an ugly ass divorce, which is just brutal on kids. So I know all about that, but I don't go with the intentions that you hire a coach and then you got to fire them. So, George doesn't want fans to enjoy this moment because, oh, what if it doesn't go well? What? I'm not going to set myself up for failure. Well, I'm not thinking about failure. I wasn't thinking about failure with Mark Richt, and I wasn't thinking failure about Al Golden. I wasn't thinking failure about Randy Shannon. I wasn't thinking failure about Manny Diaz, and I'm not going to think failure about Mario Cristobal. I get it. We've missed a lot, man. We were pumped up about Saban, and we were pumped up about Parcells, and we were pumped up about Jimmy Johnson, and none of them worked out for the Miami Dolphins. Nothing is guaranteed in life, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm not going to sit here and be Mr. Negative about the whole damn thing if there's nothing to be negative about. Now, if there's something that I can enlighten you and say, yeah, I don't like this. But wait a minute. The University of Miami is spending. I like it. The University of Miami wants to improve all their resources. I like it. They're hiring Mario Cristobal. Up until Mark Richt, actually, this is the first, even over Mark Richt, this is the first time they steal a proven coach from another program. And then there's the first time that they go and steal an athletic director from another program. By the way, 2 programs that are having way more success than the University of Miami. So we got a crazy ass Canes fan alumni in John Ruiz. That dude wants to build a stadium at Coral Gables High. Will it happen? Probably not. It's a crazy ass idea. There's no way I think it happens. But then again, I didn't think Mario Cristobal would be here either because I didn't think the Canes would spend. You know what I mean? So how am I not going to be pumped up? I don't think the stadium thing is going to happen in Coral Gables High. I hope Ruiz has the kind of, motivation to maybe move it over to Tropical Park because that's really the only place in that area, the closest to the university that they can build their own stadium. It has to be Tropical Park. If they can't do it at Tropical Park, they really have no other spot. I've lived in that neighborhood and all that area my entire life. I know the area very well. There's no space there isn't a space for a stadium in Coral Gables High either. And those residents are not going to want that. Coral Gables is not going to allow that. They're just not. But again, back to George. So I'm not supposed to be pumped up. I'm not supposed to be jacked about this. I'm not supposed to feel good. I'm not supposed to feel like you could turn the program around. Hell yeah, I can. And hell yeah, I will. Until you give me a reason not to feel that way. Just like Al Golden did, just like Manny Diaz did, just like Adam Gase did, just like Brian Flores is doing for me right now. That I'm not, I love the 5-game winning streak, but he still can't build an offense. You know what I mean? And Mario can do that. He can build. That's the difference. That's the difference. Diaz just was going to lose his offensive coordinator anyway. And he couldn't build a team. He couldn't have the discipline that they needed. They kept screwing up. He wasn't going to get it done. And you had to change. And this is the best hire you can possibly make right now. Out of all the people that were available, this is the best hire you have. This is a great move. How am I not going to be jacked about this? How am I not going to be pumped up about this? Are you effing kidding me? Here's a guy that played during the great times of the University of Miami, that understands the culture, that understands the kids down here, that is a hard-nosed dude. Who doesn't love Mario Cristobal? Now, let me tell you, as I told you a couple weeks ago, this might not be the greatest thing for him because of all that stuff. If he does fail, man, they're going to chop him up and slice him up and all that. But if you need a dude that is willing to take on the challenge and has a chance to overcome it, he's the guy. He's the guy. He gets it. He loves the community. He's committed. You got a lifer too, Canes fans. That's the other thing we've been looking for, because it's great to get Howard Schnellenberger, but then he's thinking about, the USFL. It's great to get, Jimmy Johnson, but he's thinking about the NFL, and Dennis Erickson thinking about the NFL. That's not fun. Mario Cristobal, not thinking about the NFL, not thinking about leaving Alabama, not thinking of leaving Ohio State, not thinking about leaving to Georgia. No, he's home. Está en su casa. And I'll tell you this, when it comes to the Cuban culture and people, I can't speak for Puerto Ricans and Colombians and Anglos and every other type of person that's here in South Florida, Haitians, you name it. I can't speak for them. Okay? I can only speak for Cubans because I have Cuban background. I can tell you this, man, there's no place like South Florida for Cubans. Nowhere. Nowhere do they ever feel home like they feel here in South Florida. So any Cuban that leaves and has to go work somewhere else for whatever reasons, they're more than willing to come back. They always want to come back. They usually want to gravitate back here because this is the one place that just makes them feel comfortable. Okay? So that's why you got Mario here. You got a guy that can be a lifer. And I think Manny had lifer into him. Manny Diaz I think he was a guy that bled it and felt it and lived it and would love to have that kind of long-term success. But Mario Cristobal is definitely that guy for sure. That if he does have success, he won't use it as the stepping stone that Dennis Erickson and Howard Schnellenberger and Jimmy Johnson and others did for the University of Miami. And that in itself, I'm also excited about, George. So there's many reasons for me to be excited about. Tough job for him. Mario's got to be better here than he ever was at Oregon. And that's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy for him. But damn, dude, somebody's got to try it. Somebody's got to be able to do it. And they've been failing for 20 years now to find that guy. Hopefully they found that guy in Mario Cristobal. So I'm super jacked. Our number 3 is next. Let's see if Manny Navarro is ready to go to join us to talk a little bit about this amazing hire by the University of Miami. Sean Stanley driving the program. We take a break. Back with more right here on the Big O Radio Show.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Lando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchased with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O, no one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
There he is. After a big day in Coral Gables, well, at least a big start in Coral Gables. Obviously, it's only the beginning of many things to come, hopefully. Manny, what'd you think of Mario's press conference? Because I was ready to put on a uniform and knock some shit out, boy.
Oh, I can barely hear you, so I'm going to do my best. But I heard that you said that you were psyched up after the press conference. I think without question, people were fired up, man. And I think, most of the people who attended and got to see Mario, how happy he was, how emotional he is about coming back home and getting a chance to do this job again. He's fired up, man. And a lot of the former players that were here, the current players, that I think he spoke to the current players before he came out and talked to us. And the word I got was these guys like, hey, this is different. This dude is different. And I think there's going to definitely be a response to this all.
Can some of the kids handle Mario? Because get ready for old school style, baby, because he's going to bring it. How are these kids going to respond to Mario?
I don't know. That's going to be a good question. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to dip in every time to hear you.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I think. Look, he's certainly going to evaluate the roster. He's certainly going to take a hard look at it and see which guys he really thinks are Hurricanes that really deserve to be here. And once he's done evaluating, we'll see who ends up sticking.
Let's hope so. What do we know about the coaching staff? Because obviously Joe Brady's out there. People are talking about him for offensive coordinator. He lost his offensive coordinator. Obviously, he took a head coaching job, so he's not coming with him over here. What do you know about assistant coaches? Because obviously the good thing about Mario is he's been around, so he's got a Rolodex of names right now. What are you hearing right now for offensive and defensive coordinators?
Yeah, I think that's going to be really interesting. We're going to see how that process sort of unfolds. I know that Alex Mirabal, who's been his offensive line coach for many years, they're the best of friends. Alex will definitely be here, probably in an assistant head coach type role. He'll be coaching the offensive line. I think beyond that, we're going to see, Joe Brady rumors certainly out there. He's looking for a job. He knows that Miami's going to spend money. So I think he's an attractive option without question for the offensive coordinator spot. The defensive side, it'll be interesting. I know T-Rob is going to coach the defense. He's going to be the defensive coordinator for the bowl game. Jess Simpson's going to be the head coach. And Rob Likens is going to be the offensive coordinator for the bowl game. So those guys are all going to be on display for Mario here the next couple of weeks as the team prepares for the bowl game. I don't know if they'll get any consideration to stay, but certainly T-Rob has been a defensive coordinator before. An interesting name that someone tossed out to me that's very connected to the coaching scene was Jimmy Lake, the coach at Washington, who was let go. He was one of the top defensive coordinators in the country before he took on that head coaching job there. So we'll see ultimately who ends up on the list. I know that it's still very, very early in the process. Mario is going to probably do a thorough job here between now and the bowl game, figuring out who those coordinators are. And I would suspect that those coordinators would bring a few of their own guys with them here to Miami. So while we can say for sure Mirabal will be on staff, I think the rest of it is all very fluid. And I think we'll see changes, for sure. I mean, he can't bring everybody with him from Oregon. Some of those guys are just West Coast guys. So I think that he's certainly, looking for some new fresh blood to bring in here.
Manny, where did the money come from? Do you know? Was it straight out of the university, or Was it Ruiz or Moss or a combination of them and other boosters? Where did they get all this cash? Because obviously, I wasn't going to believe it until I see it. And I think you did too. I think you were kind of like, I need to see it to believe it. Well, now we can believe it. So who wrote these checks, dude?
Well, certainly the Columbus contingent, right? The Moss brothers. Jose Moss is part of the board of trustees. He was part of the big push to get Mario here. I know John Ruiz is a name that's been out there. A guy who's a billionaire down here in South Florida and about to make some more money. In fact, on top of what he already has. And Marcus Lemonis, another Columbus guy. Those guys, I think behind the scenes were promising checks. I think those checks still have to arrive, but overall, I think the success of UHealth overall, the amount of money that was able to make in the last year, over $400 million in profits, as I wrote back on November 2nd. I think the fact that took off gave the university some flexibility to actually invest in the athletic department and not just feel like, hey, we can't do anything, which is usually how they felt.
When we look at this whole thing with the U right now, and the decisions to bring Mario Cristobal aboard, and obviously the commitment is there. Was it really all about the Herb Street thing? Because I mean, man, this is one hell of a change for this university. All of a sudden say, yeah, we're going to play football with the big boys now, something we haven't done for 20 years. We haven't been willing to spend.
Yeah, I think it really – sorry. I think it really did come down to President Frank greenlighting all this and being called out by Kirk Herbstreit. I think that certainly resonated in the president's office. Nobody wants to be criticized. He's got a job to do at the university as far as not just the academic, but the hospital side and the three elements, the last one being the athletic side. I think once he got called out, it became this thing where they were going to be serious about spending and getting things right. And so that's where all that came from. That's the impetus for it. Ultimately, we'll see how far this goes. I mean, 10 years, $8 million a season is a huge commitment. They promised also to have the highest payroll in the ACC for assistant coaches. Clemson last year spent $8.4 million, and they were the top school in the ACC. I think Miami was somewhere around the 5 range between their coordinators and their assistants. So that's a big increase. But listen, Mario talked about it today. If you're going to, play for championships, you got to be serious. And he wouldn't have left Oregon if it wasn't, for the feeling that this was going to be serious and there was going to be serious commitments to winning here.
All right. So the next question is, and again, I didn't believe that they would spend this kind of money, and they did. So they proved me wrong. Well, I also don't believe that John Ruiz can build a stadium on Coral Gables high ground. If he does, I need the man to run for president, because obviously if he can make that happen, he can make the House and Senate actually agree on shit. All right. So this guy can make worlds move if he can build a 50,000 seat stadium on the Coral Gables property there, which I doubt it. But all right. So tell me about this crazy ass story and this very motivated man. You tell me if it could actually happen.
Well, I know John Ruiz's kids came to the University of Miami. Both of his sons were on the baseball team. I think his daughter was a cheerleader or on the band, something of that nature. So there is already a pre-existing connection. I think he donated over $1 million to the baseball team to help upgrade the facilities. So he's put money forth in the past, but building a stadium and what it would cost, that's a different scenario. But he's a billionaire, and if he's serious and he can get some people in Coral Gables to really fully commit to this, who knows? Who knows what can happen? Obviously, you and I have lived here our whole lives. I don't think either of us believe for a second they would tear down Coral Gables High to build a football stadium. So I don't think that's the location. But certainly there could be other locations, right? I mean, the soccer team's been trying to build one over by the airport, right? Wasn't that the whole deal? They were going to build one.
I mean, dude, he's got money. Knock down the Biltmore, bro. Knock down the Biltmore. Plenty of land there, right in the middle of that residential area. They'll love a 50,000 seat stadium there. That'll be awesome right there in the middle of Biltmore.
I honestly think the more realistic option, is right around Marlins Park. There's more land around there, right? I mean, you could probably buy those people out and tear up some of that area and just build another stadium across the street from Marlins. There'll be no traffic. Nobody shows up to Marlins Park anyway, right? So it's not like you're going to have much of a clash.
Why are you doing that, bro? Andre Fernandez is back on the beat, and you're telling him he's covering nothing now. That is not right for your friend, right, bro? That's not how you treat your friends, okay?
Hey, I gotta bust his chops, man. I gotta bust his chops. We're mortal enemies now. Now that he's back at the paper and I'm with the Athletic.
By the way, I was going to tell you, Tropical Parks, there's still not because that's where I think actually Ruiz can go. And, you could grease the city and there's plenty of space there. The highway's right next to it. The turnpike's 5 minutes up on Bird Road, or you can even use, what's it called? Miller too, because you have the exit on the other side of Miller there for Tropical Park. Why not Tropical Park, dude?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one location everybody's always said, that's got the most land. I mean, that makes the most sense. The problem has always been, getting it off the ground. But hey, if a guy's going to put that kind of money towards it, who knows? Maybe he can convince some of the higher ups to get it done, man.
Do the former players now feel like they're going to get a red carpet type treatment and they're going to be around more? We're going to see them more, be a part of the off seasons, be on the sidelines, all that kind of stuff. We saw a lot of Mario's boys in attendance today. So I'm just wondering, is Mario going to go a little more old school in that sense?
Well, what's funny is that I talked to Brett Romberg when this was over, and I said, so what does this mean? I go, you guys going to be on the sideline every week? Are you going to be at practice every day? He said, Manny, he goes, believe this or not, you're not going to hear a peep out of me and Joaquin Gonzalez. He says, we're going to be quiet. We're going to go radio silent. I go, why? He goes, because the guy in charge, we trust him. We know he's a Cane. We know what he's about. We don't need to come out here and emphasize anything. He says, if he wants us to come out, we'll be out here. But as far as former players complaining, he says, if we do that, we sound like a bunch of assholes, because everything that Mario believes in is what we believe in. So we know he's teaching them the right way. It was a different story when Manny Diaz and some of the other coaches were here.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. And, in the end, Manny, it kind of all works out. They always tell you when something bad happens to you, how it is, Manny. We've been in this business together for a long time. So you have your ups and downs, right? And, you lose a job or whatever, and you're in the middle of it. Everybody calls you and says, hey, man, hang in there, stay positive. Everything happens for a reason and all that stuff. Meanwhile, you're going, F that, bro. I'm pissed. I need to move, that kind of stuff, right? But the whole Mario thing being dissed for Al Golden, but if you really think about it, years later, this allowed him to have the Alabama experience, the Oregon experience, and you end up getting a better Mario Cristobal if you're the University of Miami. Unfortunately, you had to endure more pain to get there, but maybe you're going to get a better coach now than you would have if you would have hired him fresh out of FIU.
Agree with that sentiment 1,000%. Oh, and you know what? I honestly believe, I know we haven't talked about Manny Diaz at all and we're forward looking, but I honestly think Manny Diaz is going to be a good coach someday. He just shouldn't have come to the University of Miami first. He needed to go somewhere else.
Should have stayed at Temple. He should
have stayed there, and he should have been able to cut his teeth there. I think that experience, learning what it takes to win, that's invaluable. And I think a guy like Manny will have success down the road. But without question, I think Mario is in a better position to have success here for those reasons. But let's also state, for the record, Mario's also the first coach to get real financial backing. Okay, so
right, yes,
he's at an advantage that no other coach has been here, has gotten. Things have gotten better. There's an indoor practice facility. The facilities are better overall. Oh, you can see behind me, right?
Yeah,
I mean, this didn't exist for most of my life, and now it's here. And now, that's something that you can sell when recruits come and visit. If Mario would have taken this job when Al Golden was here, he wouldn't have had the same success.
No, you're right about that. But in the end, it still comes down to coaching, discipline, execution, winning. And they did that in the days. Well, I won't say discipline because they were so good. They could be undisciplined a bunch and still beat you by 30. But my point is they had the players that would get it done overall and the coaching that would get it done. For many years now, It just, even with Manny for 3 years, you just saw that wasn't an organized team. And he's a young coach and he still had to try to figure it all out. But, whether it's resources or not, they still haven't had the right guy. And, this guy just kind of feels like it's the closest thing to the right guy.
Yeah, I agree 1,000%. Oh, and the thing about Mario is he was here when they won. He won 2 championships. He was recruited by Jimmy Johnson, played for Dennis Erickson, knows what it takes to win here, knows and learned at Alabama how the game has changed, right? I mean, he was under Nick Saban, saw the best do it for many years and win multiple championships. So he's been exposed to it all. That's what you want in a head coach. You want a guy who knows what it takes to win championships, and he, without question, has that pedigree.
All right, what are you working on The Athletic, my brother? Because I know this is going to get juicy for you now, man. What are you working?
Well, I'll have a story off of today. I got a chance to talk to Luke Cristobal and to Jessica Cristobal. So I got the family perspective story that'll be coming. And certainly, some insights. I tweeted out earlier today that Jess Simpson's going to be the head coach for the bowl game. Travaris Robinson will be the DC, and Rob Likens will be the OC. So there's a little bit of tidbits on that. But as far as and listen, there's a whole lot of hot rumors about kids transferring here and recruits and who might end up being in the signing class. That'll all unfold in the days and weeks ahead. But I think right now, without question, they're in a position where things are heading up, a big way up compared to where it was had you brought Manny Diaz back.
Yeah, and by the way, before I let you go, for any Canes fan out there, and I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, if those kids that are on the team right now saw that press conference and they still want to transfer, then you've got that's the right player to transfer. Let him get the hell out of here, wish him the best, and get out, because whatever kid doesn't want to play for this guy, you're out of your mind.
That's right. And he'll weed them out, man. He'll weed them out. So
yeah. There's no doubt. By the way, Manny, one more thing. I said that last time, but one more thing for Mario. I was talking about this a little while ago. I can't speak for any other nationality or anything else, but Cubans, South Florida to Cubans is just it's home. And so when you're forced to leave and work somewhere else or be somewhere else, you always want to come back if you have that opportunity. And with Mario and his family, I'm sure his wife, and I know his mom is also ill and all of that, but outside of the family having somebody ill, if you have a business that you can lure a Cuban back, this is the area that you want to throw that chum out, because you're going to get that Cuban to come back to South Florida, dude.
Hey, man. And I'll tell you this, he is so highly motivated. I mean, so ridiculously highly motivated to win, dude. Like, he's going to go 100,000 miles an hour at this job. This is what he's been waiting for. This is his dream. And he knows the pressure too, right? Because there is pressure on him to deliver. And he knows, he has some good players to work with. So this isn't a walk in, hey, we need to blow the whole thing up, start over again. This is, hey, we got some good pieces, and winning is expected.
Yeah, it's not rebuild, it's augment what you have and build on it. And look, in the end, it's like what I've been saying. He did a really good job in Oregon. Well, he's got to do a better job at the University of Miami. What he did at Oregon was not enough to please University of Miami fans. So that's the thing about Mario too, and I'm sure he realizes it, that he wasn't good enough in Oregon to satisfy University of Miami fans. So he's going to have to take it up, and he's going to have to be more successful than he ever has been as a coach.
Yep, he has to. And I asked Romberg, I said, what should the expectations be? He said he should have him in the playoffs in 2 years. So, those guys talk. I think that's probably his own expectation as well.
I'm with you there. Manny, as always, my brother, thank you for taking some time. Always appreciate you. We will talk again on Friday. Hopefully we'll have more nuggets, and we'll get more news on the Canes. I appreciate you.
Absolutely, brother. Take care.
You got it. There you go.
All right, man.
That was an interesting interview. Ducking in, ducking out to listen to the questions. He's awesome. We gotta love him. Manny Navarro, baby, in our Canes Wear Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
There we go. We thank Manny Navarro, man. Great stuff. Great day, man. It's just a day where you feel so good. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those where you just there's real hope, and that's what you feel about with Mario. And I wish him the best, man. I wish him the best because I know we're going to be demanding a lot from him, expecting a lot from them. By the way, Too Extreme, there, and I love you, Too Extreme, okay? So, but I am going to, just not call you out because you didn't say anything bad. But there's this thing about, we've developed this, and it comes from politics, all right? And it comes from the Trumpy zone more than anything else. And so it's kind of one of those things that, when people get into a discussion, that you're having a discussion and you're bringing up some points, and then somebody brings out a point that had nothing to do with what you're talking about, right? And as I told Manny and I told you guys earlier, I can't speak for any other nationality. I can only speak for Cubans because obviously of Cuban descent. But to Cubans, okay, South Florida is an extreme, like it's like home. It's something that it's a drug. You can't explain it. And normally for Cubans, when they leave South Florida, there's this emptiness that's in them, no matter where they got to be for their family, work, whatever, and they got to go. And any chance they can come back to visit or any chance they can come back to move back, they will do it in a heartbeat. Okay? I can't speak for anybody. That's all I said. Okay? So then Too Extreme says to me, Big O no arguing here, was just saying, oh, no, wait a minute. Here we go. It's just, okay. No, Big O. Puerto Ricans are just as strongly family-oriented as Cubans. Only difference is Cubans talk loud and fast and flags. Like, first of all, I never talked about anything saying Cuban culture is more strongly family-oriented than Puerto Ricans or Haitians never said that. I never said it. I never took a shot at any nationality. Nothing. I didn't say anything. All I'm telling you is how Cuban people think. And I'm telling you what Mario Cristobal and his wife and his family were probably thinking, Coño Chico, ven pa' acá, come on. It's just, that's all I said. And there's this thing in this country, right? And it comes from politics. And this how you want to inject yourself into a conversation and you bring up something that had nothing to do with what you're talking about. Nothing at all. It's like, stay in the conversation. I didn't ask you about that, Too Extreme. I didn't insult Puerto Ricans or anybody else, dude. I told you I spoke for the people that I know, because I live it, because it's in my sangre, because it's in my corazón. That's all I said. Yesterday, it's a drug. It's this thing that goes on in this country, right? So yesterday, this guy, Marco Sango, okay? So the Bills are driving at the end of the game. You guys watch the end of the game for the Bills and the Patriots? So they're at the end of the game, Josh Allen drops back on second down, I believe, and he tries to throw a back shoulder to Stephon Diggs, and he's way off, which he was off on several throws throughout the night. if you watched it. It wasn't a win thing. He was off. And so he misses on it. So I throw out there on Twitter, all right? And let me show you the tweet I put out there on Twitter. Because if Tua is playing yesterday for the Bills win that game. Just want you to know, if he has the Bills offensive line and the Bills running game and the Bills offensive coaching staff and all of that, he wins that game for them, right? So yesterday, last night, I said, I threw this tweet out there for people, and I'm sure it was going to piss some people off. And I put big arms can't help if they're not accurate, size queens. Because, we have all these people that they think Justin Herbert is the all, it's end all be all. Because if you're 6'5" and you got a big arm, you got to be a great quarterback, right? And Josh Allen still proves that he's inaccurate. And he's 6'5" and he's super athletic. And I know he's made tons of improvements. But if you watch him this year, he has his moments. That was a moment. That was a moment that Tua wins the game. Do you want to go over the stats yesterday from that game? Josh Allen, 15 of 30 for 145 yards, a touchdown, no interceptions. With that talent, Tua does better. Mac Jones, 2 of 3 for 19 yards, 0 touchdowns, and 0 interceptions. He wasn't a man in the box. He was a man in a box inside a box inside a box inside a box. My man went 2 of 3 for 19 yards. You ever seen those little things that you lift and then there's another one and another one and another one? They look like salt shakers, They start big and small, and that's what Mac Jones was. That throw to Stephon Diggs, that back shoulder in the end zone, corner of the end zone there, front corner of the end zone, Tua makes blindfolded. This is what I was trying to explain to some of you size queens out there, right? Oh, no, Herbert's God. Tua sucks. He'll never be a quarterback. They both can be excellent quarterbacks. In fact, maybe Tua might be the better passer. Just saying. Definitely a better passer than Josh Allen. With less talent. Oh, by the way, big bad Josh Allen with a better offense, better line, better coaches, better running game, better receivers. Overall, 7-5. Hey, big Justin badass Herbert. Better offense, better coaches, better running game, better line, 7-5. I guess Tua is the real big badass with no coaching, no line, no running game, unreliable receivers, one reliable receiver, one reliable tight end. He's got 6 wins. Size queens. So after I put that out, let's go with the disease, because there's a disease going on. And thanks to politics, they brought on this disease. So here's Marco Sango. So I say that Tua makes that throw, that big arms aren't good if they're not accurate. So Marco goes to me, correction, Marino makes that throw. Although I like Tua, he does not have Allen's arm, not even close, or at least we have not seen it. What does have anything to do? Did I talk about Marino at any point? And am I talking about strong arms? No, I'm actually talking about accuracy. But this idiot tweets out something that has nothing to do with the conversation. 0. And my point was, having a strong arm doesn't mean jack shit if you don't know where the ball is going. But I'm not sure what went on in this country, why all of a sudden you got to interject something that has nothing to do with the topic. And that's the way you throw people off, and you try to get an angle in an argument when you bring something that has nothing to do with it. It's something separate. So you try to divert the attention to, okay, well, I can't end this discussion because I'm going to lose it, but let me try to say something else or justify it with something else. Folks, how about listening to the conversation? How about actually staying in the conversation and talk about the conversation? Let's do that. Be better. Okay? Be better. When somebody's talking about something, well, then stay in that conversation. You don't have to. If you have nothing to actually contribute, don't say shit. You're better off that way. That's all. It's like, it really is like amazing, dude. Happens all the effing time. Devin Jordan, thank you, sir, for giving us some love on the super chat. He goes, Big O, I think what finally got Manny Diaz fired was the FSU loss. Probably. I don't know, man. Devin, I don't know. Maybe they were already kind of dead set on making changes. Who knows? But look, I'm just glad they made the change. After the first year, you can tell Manny Diaz was not the guy. It's just there was no organization. That's all. You can't do anything about it. Let's see. Big O, you trashing my boy B-Flow. Did you notice last night, Belichick, fourth down game on the line, he copied B-Flow's defense, pal, and you want to get rid of the defense. T-Bone, again, bro, do you listen to the conversations? Can he build an offensive staff, T-Bone? Answer the question. You can't, because he can't. So how's he going to win if he can't build an offensive staff? I know he can coach defense, dude. Wow. I mean, stay on the conversation. I just talked about this. I jam on B-Flow because he can't build an offensive staff, dude. Jesus Christ. Fucking listen. God damn it, dude. This is freaking amazing. Do you people, some of you, do you pay attention? Do you listen? Man, I mean, it's just, it's fucking baffling. Jesus, every time the guy's made 7 changes, T-Bone, in 3 years with his O-line and OCs. What the hell makes you think he's going to get it right next year? And do you think they have the guys that can get it done right now into next year? Please. They don't even have a QB coach either, by the way. It's 3 coaches he needs on offense. I know he can coach defense. He's a defensive coordinator. He's not a head coach. No entiendes inglés. What language do you speak, T-Bone? Jesus Christ, man. It really is amazing to me how some of you just don't pay attention. Yeah, I'm slamming Brian Flores, and his ass deserves to get fired. What's he going to do? F it up again on offense next year? I don't have time for that, man. You got a coordinator playing the role of head coach. For Christ's sake, dude. Pay attention to what the host is actually talking about. No. It's elite defense, man. I want to keep that going. Great, bro. Just fantastic. Go ahead, bro. Onstead had a great defensive mind too, bro. That's fantastic. Do you learn anything, T-Bone? Do you ever learn anything from your history? Do you watch it? Do you learn anything? I'm just wondering. Because Wanstead also was strong on defense. He loved defense and punting. How'd that get to you? Did you ever figure out the offense? Jimmy Johnson was great. He found all those defensive players. Did he figure out the offense? Jimmy Johnson couldn't figure out the offense. 62-7. to end his Dolphin career. I mean, you just want to, you are the definition of insanity, T-Bone. You do the same stupid ass things over again and want a different result. You didn't get a different result from Wanstead. You didn't get a different result from JJ, who's much better than Flo. What makes you think you're going to get a different result from Flo after 3 years? Oh, 5-game winning streak. Don't get into crypto, bro. You live in the micro. Yeah. Some of you aren't even smart enough to actually learn from your past. This is why you would make the same mistake over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. My God. Oh, Big O is going to be an alcoholic dealing with these people. Man, I got to tell you. Wow. Big O, using your ears is no longer an important part of the conversation. Using your mouth or fingers in this case is the new order of the day. Yeah, that's it. That's very true. That is very true. Mac is not as accurate as Tua. Mac could not beat out Tua in Alabama because Tua is better. Face reality, please. Mob rules. Don't start with the facts. Don't start with facts now, mob rules. Okay? I mean, that's just, you're trying to make logic and sense there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, we got all these people. Oh, well, Mac and Justin Herbert are so much better than Tua. No, they're not, dude. They're not. Just because they're bigger and stronger, that doesn't make them better quarterbacks. And last night, like I said, Tua wins the game for the Bills. You lost the game because you didn't have an accurate quarterback. You can throw it through a wall. You can throw it 100 miles an hour. You can throw it out of the stadium. That does nothing for me. Nothing. What's the guy's name? Jake Bowler? Bowler, I think it was. The guy that got drafted by Baltimore. I watched him at the Senior Bowl on his knees at the 50-yard line throw rope through the goalposts. On his knees. That made all kinds of news and all that. Jamarcus Russell had the greatest workout in the history of mankind, throwing bombs that were like, I don't know. It seemed like you were in World War II and it was a bomb that was crossing, a continent. And, oh, the greatest workout of all time. How'd that work out? That's why I laugh at all these fans that were shitting on Tua, because of the terrible situation that he's in. And meanwhile, they're praising these other guys who have everything they need to succeed. And Tua barely has anything to succeed and can do just as well as those guys. and they never track back. I haven't heard enough of the Justin Herbert lovers going, yeah, you know what? Maybe I was a little off there. Maybe Herbert isn't that much better than Tua, or maybe he's not better than Tua. Maybe Tua is the better quarterback, not the better fastball, not the tallest player. Those are the people that don't understand the quarterback position. That's what you get. So there you go. Coach Flores is doing a good job under circumstances. Tua is a good job. Everything is coming together. Football is a very unique sport, a lot of moving pieces. Well, Clarence, Flores could have done better if he would have kept Eric Flowers for the O-line. If he would have kept the Emmanuel whatever guy for the O-line. Flores' defense in the back end might have had an easier transition at the beginning of the year if you had Bobby McCain there to help out Holland and Jones. Maybe the transition earlier in the season when the defense wasn't playing well, maybe if you would have kept Van Noy in there, it would have helped out with everything else. But it didn't, sir. So, the part that you seem to not understand when you bring this weak-ass argument about Flo is he's the one that brought all of this on him. He's the one that made Jalen Phillips cover instead of just rush the passer. And finally, 5 weeks ago, he said, hey, we're just going to use you to rush the passer. And all of a sudden, he's the rookie leader. Well, he's the all-time rookie sack guy in the history of the Miami Dolphins. So I ask you, sir, so they are 6-7 because of Flo or in spite of Flo? I'm not sure, because I have way more ammunition I can tell you about all the screw-ups, like starting Malcolm Brown at the beginning of the year after you know Gaskin is your best guy. Like taking Austin Jackson and waiting forever to move him to guard and get him out of the tackle before he kills your quarterback. Like keeping Jesse Davis at right tackle and not finding a better right tackle, not getting more experience. Like making the general manager take a hit on Flowers and Van Noy when they didn't want to. You know, that, by the way, Clarence, the general manager got him Fitzpatrick. He went and got Brissett. You tell me, sir. Is that not bringing it upon yourself? You know, the general manager got him Chan Gailey. You know, the guy that told him don't play Tua against the Rams. He's not ready yet, but he did it anyway. But he said, no, I don't need, I'm butting heads with this veteran offensive coordinator. He doesn't know more offense than I do. I'll put the three stooges in place to actually be the offensive coordinators. So, Clarence, I ask you again, are they 6-7 because of Flo or in spite of Flo? See, these are the things that I always laugh at anybody that has the lazy way of saying, well, no, Flo's doing all right, because it's a 5-game winning streak. They're not supposed to be 6-7, sir. They should be 9-4 at least right now because of Flo. But no, live in the moment, man. Five-game winning streak solves all issues. Yeah, no, he'll have his offensive coordinator, his O-line coach, his QB coach, and he won't make any of the, you know, he's so good at challenging. What's he like, 6-17? Because of Flo or in spite of Flo, Clarence? Help me out, please. You know, God bless, man. Clarence says, Big O, you make a lot of points because of Flores. In spite of Flores, sir. I'm not sure if you understood it. It's more in spite, not because. Whatever. Let's see. Flores can't bring a top OC because the front office won't pay them properly. Radically, bro, I should block you for that. They don't pay. Stephen Ross doesn't pay. Seriously, bro. Like, if I ever see another one of those comments, blocked. Seriously, blocked. Say it one more time, blocked. Seriously, I'm not dealing with stupidity. I mean, Stephen Ross doesn't spend. The guy brought him Chan Gailey, and he scared off Chan Gailey. See, these are the things I don't tolerate right there. Radically, bro, you are on double secret probation. Watch yourself. If you start posting, see, you're equivalent to the Facebook guy that starts putting up stupid facts and stats that are complete lies, and other idiots that they actually don't read books and real magazines. They can't read the Boston Journal of Medicine or something, or Princeton or something. They got to read some schmuck in Iowa that posts something about a vaccine tracking them, and then they repeat it. You're the equivalent to that by saying that they don't spend. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life under Stephen Ross or Wayne Huizenga. Rest in peace. They don't spend. They're not willing to pay. double secret probation, my brother. Okay? You are on thin ice. You got your warning. That's it. If I read another stupid ass comment by you, you're gone. History, because I don't need to read this shit. George says, Big O, you do make very good points. Can't dispute what you're saying. I will say, though, Flo's teams do come ready to play 60 minutes, unlike Finn's teams in the past. They don't dog it. They played hard for Wanstead. They played hard in Cam Cameron's 1-15 year, my brother. A lot of times they play hard because they're just professionals, and they have to put it on tape because it's their resume. The guys that dog it are the guys that aren't supposed to be on your team. But if you have enough character guys, they're going to play hard anyways because they got to work next year. That's why this whole, tank whatever for whatever, that shit don't fly. You may have a couple of idiots that might tank, but a team is not tanking. Your quarterback's not going to tank. Maybe the 52nd man on the roster that's an idiot anyway, that he barely is making the roster and he gets caught with a DUI, maybe that idiot will tank. But most of the guys aren't going to tank. And they played hard for Wanstead. You know, Wanstead, I think in his final year, didn't he win like 10 games? And he didn't make the playoffs or something like that? No, that was the second to last year. And then the final year, he got fired with a certain amount of games left and Bates took over. That's what happened. But he had won like 10 games the year before, but it didn't make him a good coach. It's because he had a really, really good defense. You can't get caught in the moment. I get it. He's won 5 in a row, but he can't solve the offense. It's a problem. Carlos Herrera goes, guy just built a state-of-the-art stadium and practice facility. I know. You know, and radically, you know, doesn't look like a bad guy, but he comes up with these, you know, he says these stupid things sometimes. And, you know, you get to a point where like, okay, you know, you draw the line in the sand. You know, we're not Facebook, bro. We're not Facebook. We're not going to allow you to just post stupid stuff and keep going. And and then, you know, somebody else, they're cheap. The Dolphins cheap. Come on, man. Oh, it's simple. Flores has a bad reputation for hard to work for. No experienced quality assistants want to work for him. I know, Troy. That's what I'm terrified about. It's exactly what I'm terrified about. Mario Cristobal, on the other hand, you can tell, is a guy that knows how to get along with people. His offensive coordinator was a former head coach that lost his job, brought him on, and then now he went and got for what I forgot what school he took over. Akron, I think it was that he took over, I want to say. And now he got another head coaching job. So, you know, that's the kind of stuff, you know, and Mario had a really good staff over in Oregon. He'll be able to build one here. Flo, I don't know if he can build a great staff. And again, I want to remind you, it's not building one great staff. You think you're going to keep your offensive coordinator forever? You're going to lose him. And then you're going to hire somebody else. You're going to lose your QB coach. You got to replace him. You're going to lose your offensive line coach. You got to replace him. This guy can't hire any of those. He can't find one. You got to find a guy that knows how to find the next one and the next one and the next one. He's got to have an eye for that. Where can you tell me Flo can do that? That's what I'm terrified about. I don't want to watch Jalen Phillips get old on me. I don't want to watch Javon Holland get old on me. You understand what I'm talking about? I don't want to watch Raekwon Davis get old on me. Okay? Now's the time to go get that and fix it. All right? I watched Jason Taylor run his body to the ground with shitty offenses every year. I watched Zach Thomas run into walls, going sideline to sideline every year because you couldn't fix the offense. I watched Sam Madison and Pat Surtain give us brilliant careers because you could not figure out the offense. I watched Tim Bowens get old on me because you couldn't figure out the offense. Unlike some of you out there, I learn from my mistakes. At least I try. And if I see you can't build a staff and you can't fix one side of the ball, you can't be a head coach. It's simple. There's nothing to it. It's elementary, my dear Watson. All the great coaches have to constantly change their good coaches. But Brian Flores continues to change one bad coach for another, for another. No, dude, I need you to find one good coach after another, after another, after another. That's what I need from you. And I can't get that. Fans, George says, Big O fans need to have a cheap owner to understand what it's really. No, dude, George, we had it. I mean, I'm a South Florida sports fan, but we had Loria, bro. I mean, that's cheap. We had Viner with the Panthers before, and God bless him, by the way. I don't want to pick on that man. I believe it's Chris Viner. I think it was his first name was Chris. He and his group, they meant well as hell, dude. They did mean well. They did get Dale Talon, by the way. You got to give them credit for that. At least that Talon started off and got Hubie and all that. Obviously, Talon ran out of gas quickly, but he got him some pieces that they're enjoying right now, which, by the way, Hubie, you've been a monster the last week or two here, man, with Barkov off, and I think he's coming back tonight. Way to go, Hubie. But my point is, we've had cheap owners here. Viner and company, they meant so well. God bless those guys, but they didn't have enough money. You know, some of you don't follow the Panthers nearly as you follow the Dolphins or the Canes or the Heat. I get it. Billy Cunningham and Louis Chaffel did not have the kind of money that you were going to need down the line anyway. They were in it just to, bring up the value, sell it, and get the hell out. So if you followed South Florida sports, we've had our taste of cheap owners. You know what I'm saying? We've had the guys that don't spend. Hell, we had a college football program that was cheap for many years. Didn't spend up until this week. Actually, they finally actually spent and got it done. But I mean, to call, to say that the Dolphins are too cheap and they won't pay, I don't know. That might be one of the most ridiculous comments I have ever heard in my life on this show. And I've done this for 31 years. I've run into some stupid ass comments. Okay, from tanking to Ronnie Brown kneeling on at the 1 yard line, or all kinds of different things that have come up over the years. You could say Stephen Ross can't get it done. You could say Stephen Ross doesn't convince you if you want. Never ever say he's cheap. Never ever say the Dolphins will not spend. Never ever say that they won't buy coaches. They'll buy any player, any coach, anything that they need. All right? He's done a marvelous job improving that stadium. I, as a South Florida resident, am very grateful for Stephen Ross. I hope he figures this out. I hope he's able to get his coach and win a title, because he deserves to win a title. Just like we all deserve it as fans, he deserves it too, man. That stadium is beautiful. He hired a guy like Tom Garfinkel, who has done a marvelous job at improving everything that the Dolphins have. Cheap? Cheap. Come on, man. So, just saying. Thin ice, radically. Thin ice. That's why I shake my head when folks talk about bringing in a veteran QB. What makes them flow can get along with Watson or Rodgers. Well, apparently we don't even know what Flo can get along with, because he butts heads with a lot of people. The three-headed OC also needs to go along with Jean-Pierre. Seems like all these issues are on the offensive side of the ball, yet some fans want Tua to sling the ball 50 yards downfield every game. That's because Mr. Spock, the ones that keep telling you about the downfield thing, they don't know anything about football. They don't watch the games. They don't understand the offensive line play. You know what I mean? That's all. It's pretty simple. Anybody that tells you, oh, no, you got to have deep ball, you're not watching the games. You're just repeating what someone else that didn't know said the same thing and you repeated it. A Facebook post. You know, a Facebook post that's taken as news, as fact. Some moron in Dubuque just put something and another idiot in Fort Lauderdale repeats it. And another one in Texas repeats it. And another one in Maryland repeats it. And that's how it catches life. You know, stupid comments and then stupid people follow stupid comments. Let's see. Did they ask about the project of a new stadium in Coral Gables today? No, they did not, because that has nothing to do with Mario Cristobal. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, I've said this over and over again. They don't need a new stadium. They need to win. Okay? And you know what's the funny part? Everybody wants to build it next to Coral Gables for a bunch of students that don't really give a shit about South Florida or the teams, because there's a whole bunch of students there that just want to get the degrees and get the hell out of here, and they're going to go back to their countries. You know what Hard Rock Stadium, there's nothing wrong with it. It's a beautiful stadium. It's a pro stadium. It's got all the suites and all that kind of stuff. And I know their own stadium, they would have more revenue. But I'm just thinking of being a South Florida resident. And I like that the stadium is there. You know why I also like that the stadium is there? Man, I feel for the people in Broward and Palm Beach. They got to drive, dude. So putting it there is centralized for everybody. You know, I hated leaving the Orange Bowl with the Dolphins, but I give Joe Robbie credit that where he put it, he did choose a site that was going to be easier for all of South Florida to get to. And, you know, I kind of feel at times that we don't think about all of South Floridians that have to then drive to the stadium. You know what I mean? If you build it all the way down south, man, it makes it even more of a bitch for all those folks in Broward and in Palm Beach. You know what I'm saying? So keeping it in that Dade-Broward line is not the worst thing in the world for fans. I get it. Their own stadium, they would generate more revenue for themselves. There's no doubt about that. I agree. Okay? I agree. But, you know, listen, man, I live down south, so obviously it's going to be easier for me, but, you know, I'm a South Floridian, man. I got love for everybody, from Monroe County all the way up to the Gold Coast. And obviously, we're doing this. I always mention that the South Florida fan is what? Worldwide, right? I never leave anybody out, all over this country, all over the world, because I know we've got Marlins and Heat fans and Canes fans and Dolphin fans all over the world. And that's why they tune in here, because they know that this show is going to talk about all of South Florida sports. But I mean, I wish we would have a little bit more heart about the stadium, and, you know, let's take it easy on the folks a little bit more north, man. It's a bitch. Caddyshack says, Dubuque, Iowa. Thanks for the shout out, Big O. Thank you. Thank you for listening in Dubuque. Appreciate you. Let's see. Oh, let's be honest with ourselves. I want Miami to make the playoffs, but they already lost the tiebreaker to Indy and the Raiders. Flo dug this team in a massive hole. We are better than 6 and 7. I agree. I know it's going to be tough. I don't want to talk about the playoffs until we get closer to see if we even have a shot. I know it's that's why I don't even talk about it, because I try to stay away from that subject until it's actually reality that we know they got a shot, or they're obviously completely out of it. You know what I mean? Do you think that Flores can learn to build an offensive staff? Omar, no, I don't. No, I don't. Unfortunately. No. Not after these 3 years and watching 7 changes. And he's actually let go of some coaches that he probably should have kept. He had an offensive line coach that he fired because he played Michael Dieter at center. Let me repeat that again. He had an offensive line coach 2 years ago that wanted to play Michael Dieter at center, but he didn't want Michael Dieter at center because, he's an expert offensive line coach. So he fired the guy. So where's Michael Dieter playing now? Okay. If you don't want to face reality and you think you got the answer, so far he hasn't proven to be the answer. And there's so many examples of it. So no, I don't think you learned that. And did Wanstead get any better? Did Joe Philbin get any better as time went on? Did Tony Sperano get any better as time went on? Did Adam Gase get any better as time goes on? Did Jimmy Johnson get better as time went on? I mean, Jimmy mastered, I think he made the playoffs 3 out of 4 years, but he mastered getting thoroughly embarrassed in those playoffs, year in and year out. Did he get any better? Jimmy Johnson, did he get any better? Did he figure out the offense? No. You know what Jimmy did? He took away Irving Fryer and he took away Kirby and Byers from Marino, and he took away the audibles. This has been going on for 25 years. You do know that, right? You understand that, right? Either you prove that you know what you're doing or you don't. But this BS about, well, let's wait till they figure it out. I'm not playing that game, dude. I've played that game already. I gave you the examples. Did it get any better there? Why would it get any better here? You know what I mean? Oh, I'm sorry, because we're in the midst of a 5-game winning streak, so we should blindly forget about everything else that's gone on for 3.5 years. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. If only someone with the organization can see through the floor's BS and deficiencies. Well, if they don't, the front office will get fired. You know how some of you wanted to fire the front office and now you're wrong? Well, Chris Greer and company can still get fired if they keep Flores around. That their chances of not lasting, it's not going to be because they can't pick talent. It's because they can't. Remember how I tell you, you can't be a head coach if you can't build a staff. Well, you can't be a front office if you can't find the right head coach. Even if you're picking the talent, you still got to find the coach. That's part of your job. So you swung and missed on this one, but you still have a boatload of talent. So you guys can pick talent. Go find the coach now. Go find the coach that can build a staff. That's what you need. Your coach has to be a guy that delegates, a guy that manages, not a guy that micromanages, not a guy that's constantly meddling with everybody else. Then why did you hire your offensive line coach? If your offensive line coach says Michael Dieter should play center, then why are you firing him? And then 2 years later, he's at center. Comprende, compadre? When your offensive coordinator tells you Tua's not ready yet, he's not ready for the Rams. But then at the end of the year, you heard Tua even admit, I didn't have a grasp of the playbook. Of course not. You didn't get the first team reps. You were worried about your hip and rehabbing. You weren't really playing with the receivers in the offseason. How would you really know the offense? Chan knows that because he's with you every day in practice. He's with you every day in the classroom. So when he tells the head coach, he's not ready yet. But the head coach says, no, we got to play him. That's the Rams. That's Sue and Brockers. And you sure you want to start him? No, we're playing him. Normal head coaches might say, let's get him started for the bye week. Let's get him in a groove for the bye week. And then, hope you're playing a decent, like an easy team. And no bye week. Let's put him right against the Rams. Even though your offensive coordinator, who knows way more offense than you, tells you he's not ready yet. Just let that all marinate. So you want to repeat the same things over and over again. Okay. That's how it goes. We got you. We get it. By the way, how is the market doing? I haven't had a refresher here. Polygon, by the way, I told you about Polygon. Went down a little bit now to 235, was up to 252. Polygon has exploded. It was like at $1.40 something on November 18th, and I kept telling you all, Polygon is the best deal in crypto, and it is now exploding. Crypto.com now is bouncing back strong. It's at 62 cents. It got up to 64 now. So Bitcoin is over 51,000. I had a couple of you, right? You were overreacting. Your Bitcoin's going down, your crypto's going down. It's like, it's called a little correction. Relax. But it's all right. If you don't follow it, can't know. Let's see. Omar says maybe Flo can learn to put an offensive staff that's good. Ross needs to get him on the right track in that sense. Omar, what would Ross know about coaches? He barely knows football, my brother. But how's he going to know about the coaches? And your GM already tried to help him by giving him Chan Gailey, and he effed that up. Chan Gailey last year, his offense scored the most points since the Marino era. You have to go back to the Marino era to get the amount of points you scored with Chan Gailey last year, and you screwed that up. So what's he going to learn? Do you think Flo has gone after this year? I would fire him. That's me. Do I think? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if they see it the way I see it. But, we'll see. What are the odds Flo goes? I don't know. We got to wait. Let's wait till the last 4 games are over, and then we'll have a better idea. That's all. I love when dummies try you, Big O, because you spit facts and put them in their place. Double secret probation. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not going to tolerate somebody just say, "Oh no, the Dolphins are cheap. They don't pay. They won't buy coaches." That's as ignorant as it gets. In fact, radically better send in an apology for that stupid ass comment. Like, that's not a question. That's not up for discussion. There's no debate. That's a glorified lie. That's what pissed me off about that it couldn't be further from the truth. So if you're saying that, you're not smart enough to be on this show. You're not smart enough to be on this chat board. When you say stupid things like that, that tells me you have a bias, and that you now either you're really stupid or your bias is blinding you that you'll come up with stupidity in an argument. That's the way I look at Radically's comment. Which one is it? Are you that stupid, or are you just incredibly biased that you're trying to make any point that you'll say a complete lie for it? Right? So that's the problem here with that. Maybe on some shows they let you get by. Maybe on some shows they'll just hang up on you and move on and all that. That's not my style, man. You want to bring it up? Now you're going to pay the price. It's just the way it goes. Don't bring it up then. Don't be on the chat board. Don't put up stupid things. Maybe you won't get called out. That's all. Big O, respect needs to be given to B-Flow, dude. Yeah, sure, dude. All right. You can do it, bro. You can give him all the respect you want. Bring old man Frank Gore on board for the last 4 games. Great in pass protection. Gets extra yards after the first hit. He's boxing now, bro. He's boxing. He's not in football shape now. He's in boxing shape. George, yes, you're good for probation. Just, don't go insulting, nationalities when nobody's insulting. Apparently you're Puerto Rican, and nobody was insulting Puerto Ricans, bro. Okay? You didn't need to insult Cubans. So, ease up on that. That's all I would tell you. You have to be bold. Firing Flores would be bold. Shows that 7 lost seasons are unacceptable. That you did it, 5 losses, you're out. I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. It's a weird time right now. It really is. I don't know how I don't know what the relationship with the front office and the coach is. You know, in a sense, I don't think it's a good one. But then again, I'm not in the building. I'm just looking at it from afar. I'm watching a guy that is kind of fighting a lot of the stuff that's going on from the front office, and yet the front office is doing a pretty good job overall of bringing in players and drafting players and all of that. But he and his staff are not doing a good job of developing players. Dude, he was effing up Jalen Phillips. Flo was what he knows defense, and he was effing up Jalen Phillips by overloading him from the get-go. It goes the other way around. You're supposed to start him at what he's comfortable with and slowly, piecemeal, give him more and more and more as he gets better and gets more comfortable and gets more confident. You, boom, you threw all this crap on him, and the kid had to think so much that he couldn't just play the game that he knows. Get after the quarterback. Did you see him brush aside the tackle on Sunday? I mean, that's a big boy defensive end move after you've hit the weight room a couple of years. Jason Taylor could not make that move in his rookie year. Let me explain. Let me say that again, because we're talking about a Hall of Famer, an ass kicker. He's on this banner here. You see that guy there? Jason Taylor. I got to put up that banner, by the way. Jason Taylor couldn't make that move that Jalen Phillips made on Sunday. He wasn't strong enough to even make that move. He's already got 3 more sacks than Jason Taylor had his rookie year. I'm not telling you he's better than Jason Taylor. I'm just telling you, B-Flow couldn't even play him the right way from the get-go. Do you realize that kid would be over 10 sacks right now as a rookie? He's going to end up going over 10 sacks, and half the season, they didn't play him the right way. Let me repeat that again. He's going to go over 10 sacks, and half the season, they didn't play him the right way. One more time. He's going to go over 10 sacks, and they didn't play him the right way half the season. So, there you go. I don't know how much more ammo I can give you. What else do we have here on the agenda before we wrap it up here on the program? I wanted to talk about, I know I got a couple things here. I got that in, got that in, pretty much. By the way, Panthers are back on tonight, 8 o'clock, and they're taking on the Blues. And it looks like we're going to get Barkov, Duclair, and Forsling back. The Panthers are 17-4-3 without their best player, and Duclair is a freaking ass kicker. What a pickup there on Duclair. And Forsling's been excellent for them. And they're about to add those guys. They gave the Blues, they gave St. Louis the Blues a couple of nights ago. They'll do it again tonight. And if they get Barkov back. But, hey, Huberdeau, very proud of you, my brother, because kind of what we want from Lowry and Duncan right now in the moments that Bam and Jimmy are out or Jimmy hurting, you need some of these other guys. Tyler was sweet yesterday, but some of these other guys have to really pick it up. And that's what we're watching from Huberdeau now. Barkov and Duclair are out, which are enormous losses for this team. I mean, in years past, you lose those 2 guys, this team goes into the tank, dude. Credit to the coach and the GM and what they've done and what they've built and the way they've kept it up, and credit to Huberdeau. All right. Really proud of Huberto, how he has manned up during this time and has said, all right, boys are out. Well, I'm here. I'm going to take over. I'm going to lead us. And that's exactly what he's done. Very proud of what's been going on with the Panthers. They are the best team in town by miles. The Heat are really good. The Panthers are a great team. Okay? The Heat, I don't know if they can become, a great team. They're going to be really good. They're going to be scary. If they get a healthy Oladipo somehow back, maybe they can be great. But the Panthers have everything to be great. Everything. Okay? They are a contender for the cup. Get your ass on the bandwagon, fill up that arena, support the boys. And if you've never gone to a live hockey game, I beg you to go. Because once you go, you will be hooked. The greatest sport on the planet to see live is hockey. Every other sport was made for TV, to be honest. But hockey was made to be seen live. Go treat yourself. You have one of the best teams in the world in your backyard in Sunrise. Go check out the Panthers, all right? They are really, really good, dude. Okay? Let's see. Panthers are deep, and they have good goaltenders. Yeah, I know. They're so deep in that sense. A lot of people early in the season was saying, why are they dropping him in coverage? Yeah, I know. But, but Beeflo knows more than everybody else about everything. Really. I heard the CDC came to Davey to ask Beeflo about everything about, the different viruses out there. Not just the coronavirus. No. All kinds of viruses. Beeflo knows all about this. Yep. Telling you. Some folks that were, that are part of our government, and especially in the Federal Reserve and all those folks, they have come down also to talk to Beeflo about, interest rates and how they try to avoid inflation next year and all those kind of things. Beeflo knows it all. So he's helping out. You got to love Beeflo, bro. Beeflo is a guy that he knows it all. He knows offense, defense, special teams. He knows drafting. He's known as maybe one of the greatest GMs of all time. Just ask him. He'll tell you. He's a monster. I'm telling you. Nobody knows drafting like Beeflo. So, these are things that you're all learning now, that Beeflo knows it all. Everything. In fact, he'll be president of the United States after his run with the Dolphins is done. And I'm sure all of you will end up watching it. Giovanni says, my wife never watched hockey, and I've been a lifer and a Panther fanatic. Finally got her to go to a game 2 weeks ago. She bought a flex plan. Well, okay, wait. All right, Giovanni, let me enlighten you here a little second here. All right? Just want to enlighten you on this. These are big European blonde-haired dudes with light eyes skating around. I just want you to know, bro. Us guys, we go for the action, the hits, the physicality, the saves, the skating, the moves, the passes, all that kind of stuff. We're freaking out on that. The women, they're looking at all these beautiful European dudes with long hair. They don't get to see the lack of chiclets. They see that later on, but then but at the moment out there on the ice, I'm just telling you, you better check on the wife. Every once in a while, glance at her. And if she's looking, and you'll see that she's not really following the puck, but she might be following a big, tall, blonde dude or something. I'm just saying. It's hockey. Be careful. So just be careful. Oh, Lordy. She was cheering it up, jumping at the empty netters, LOL. But I hear you, brother. I'm just saying. Flo could lead us to the Super Bowl, and Big O would want him gone. Just messing with you. I am not a huge Flores fan, but I'm not done with him yet. Ha ha. No, I know it takes a little balls to say this at this point in time. I get it. Because there's so many people caught in the moment, and we're all prisoners of the moment. And that's why the Justin Herbert thing took off. Now you're all backtracking. Right? Fire Chris Greer. It all took off. Now you're all backtracking. So, right? It takes some balls to say fire Chris Greer like a year and a half in, and your drafts aren't turning out. And so all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? So it takes some balls. Now in the middle of year 3, you're finding out, well, wait a minute. It takes time for players to develop. And, oh, my God, they're all developing except for the offensive line. I was wrong. So I get it. It's not a comfortable thing at that moment to say this and to say that I'm not a B-Flow fan and and it's not like I'm giving you empty reasons. It's not like I'm going with radically type of facts, which are complete lies. I'm not using any lies. I'm telling you the exact truth on what's going on and what has happened. I did not make anything up like radically. Oh, Dolphins are cheap. They never spend. And by the way, radically, it's Marlins are cheap. They never spend. Okay? That's the only one left in town, brother. Inter Miami will spend. Now the Canes will spend. Dolphins will spend. Panthers will spend. Heat will spend. So you're only down to one, and that's the Marlins. Okay? And yeah, I know they did a couple things here, but they haven't shown me spending. They haven't shown me that yet, okay? They haven't bought any superstars yet. When they start buying superstars, then I know they gave Kim Ang a real checkbook. Right now, she's still 5 and dime in the place. And it's not her fault. It's what it is. But just in case, radically, if you ever want facts, just say Marlins don't spend. Don't ever say any other team in town or the Canes now don't spend. Okay, let's just make sure we get that right. All right, let's say the facts. Don't make up fake facts. Rockies are even cheaper. That's fine, radically. Stay with the facts. Stay with the facts, and you'll be fine. The same people right now that want to keep his ass are the ones saying fire him when he was 1-7. Yeah, no, prisoners of the moment. Right. You're right, Jason. You're right. Humberto Herrera says his wife at the hockey games. I'm just saying, you catch the ladies talking about hockey. I'm just saying, it happens. They love the hockey players. Another impressive play was AVG when he slapped away Barkley's attempt at a stiff arm and ran his nose into the ground. More big boy plays. Panther games are the best. Took the fam a few weeks back. My kids loved it. I remember going back when they were in the Miami arena. Yeah, man, hockey is so awesome. It really is an absolutely awesome experience. Big O, what can Flo do to change your mind? Bro, find me a quarterback's coach, an offensive line coach, and a real offensive coordinator. Yeah, that's how you'll change my mind. That's all. I know he sucks at challenges. Maybe he can get somebody else. He sucks at getting along with people. Maybe he can become better with that. I don't know. And that will hurt him anyways with hiring. He's become – this is what you don't want to admit, some of you out there, is that he's become Josh McDaniels and Matt Patricia. That's the part you guys don't want to understand. And it was easy for you guys to hate on Matt Patricia and Josh McDaniels because they were in Detroit and Denver, so it doesn't affect you. So when you see them acting like horses' asses, you're there. But when you see your own guy doing it, you're hesitant to do it. Like, because it's a 5-game winning streak? You're 6-7, dude. You were 1-7. The same guy made you 1-7. Sometimes you got to pull the scab, man. So unless he can find those 3 coaches, unless he can fix that side of the ball, which, by the way, let me add, if you want me to add more fuel to the fire, I'm sorry, are we happy with the special teams coach? I'm sorry, do we have a really good special teams coach? Because I know what a real good special teams coach looks like. I'm asking. How potent are they returning? How potent are they kicking? Is your kicker playing up to snuff? No. Just saying. Does he also need a special teams coach? Status on Doral Sports Grill. That's next year, Umberto. That'll be in January, I think. They're aiming for January. Remember, Umberto, right now, don't hold it against anybody to fix anything on time or to do anything on time nowadays. Construction and all of that, because of the shipping issues and everything going on, everything has delays. And it's not a sport. I'm not even saying Sports Grow will be delayed. I'm just saying it's still a lot to be ready by next month. So I don't know if it's going to be ready. I haven't even asked Carlos about the latest with what's going on, but I know that it's been a mission to build it all because some things aren't available. He's had to overpay for certain things. It's a mission. So be careful for that. You can't be too pressured on that kind of situation happening. But when it does open, you're going to catch us there all the freaking time. All the time. Crypto Dolphin Super Bowl says they go on buying tons of crypto while the rest of the world panics, sells while I'm picking up their bags. That's right, baby. That's right, because you and I are smart. You know? The problem is the pump and dumpers. You know, and you have people that get into crypto and they want to get rich in a week or two or a month, and they have no patience. And I'm not saying that you can get rich or you can lose a lot of money. You can lose all your money. You can get rich. You can just make money. But those of us that actually get into it on a long-term basis and we're patient and we sit on it, we hodl and we collect during dips, we're the ones that in the end up winning. An example, BitTorrent has not moved much, right? And it dropped here on this correction. You think I panicked? No. I bought more BitTorrent at the cheapest prices that I've ever bought BitTorrent. So now it hasn't reached its peak, but I'm already making money. I can dump all my BitTorrent for a profit already if I felt like it, but I'm not. Why would I? Why? To make a couple $100? That's nothing, bro. That's not going to pay anything. I'm going to hang on there. I'm going to hang on for 6 more months, a year, and I'm going to watch it grow, and I'm going to turn my money over 5, 6, 7 times. But that's because I'm going to be patient, and I'm not going to panic. And look, I'm not telling you to invest in BitTorrent or whatever, because it's kind of like Cardano, and I love Cardano. I think it's going to explode. Polygon was steady for a long time doing nothing, dude, hanging in the 140s to 170s. And I kept telling you guys over and over again, get Polygon, get Polygon, get Polygon. It's the best deal out there in crypto. It's at 230 something now. So if you got it when I told you, boy, you are making cash. You are doing really, really well right now. But you got to be patient. And Cardano will explode. Those of us that are patient and we had it under $1, we're making money. But we're patient. We're going to wait. I'm not unloading my Cardano. I'm going to wait. It's going to go over $3, $4, $5. Then I can start to take some profits. I'm not in a rush. If you're in a rush, then you're not, I hope you're rich. I hope you're rich. I hope you can do that pumping and dumping stuff. I can't do that, man. I'm not rich. I'm a working stiff. So if I put, $20, $50, $70 in something, I got to let it sit there and wait so it can grow. So those of you that got thousands and hundreds of thousands, God bless you, man. If you can do pumping and dumping and you want to buy something at $1.40 and dump it at $1.60 because you bought 50,000 of it, God bless you, man. I get it. But that's not what I talk about here. Okay. When I discuss crypto, I'm talking about long-term investments. I'm not talking about I'm not trying to short it, which that's what happened here, by the way. That's what that correction was. All those people trying to short Bitcoin got screwed and they all had to sell cheap. Okay? A lot of the long-time hodlers have not been selling their crypto. They're holding on. People like me and the bigger fish, the big whales, they're gobbling up more. They're smart. They're not listening to the FUD. The people that don't know shit about crypto, they're the ones that listen to the FUD. And they're the ones that get psyched out by all of that. The rest of us, we know you stay patient, hodl, continue, DCA if you have to, and everything will go up. Star Atlas went down to like 11 and 12 and 13 cents. It might be at 13, 14 cents right now. I ended up getting more of that. V-Chain went down at like 8 cents, 9 cents. I got a little more of that. I didn't panic, dude. I take advantage of the situation. So then later on, a year, 2, 3 years from now, we're laughing all the way to the bank. That's how it's played. You know what I mean? Because like I showed you yesterday, you look at the graph and go look at where your coin was a year ago and look where it is now. You got to stay patient. It'll grow, but you got to give it time. So there you go. Let's see. Curve Dale token, Matrix, Crow. Crow is going up too. It's bouncing back now, dude. It's awesome. Star Atlas is back on sale. Yeah, I know it's a great deal right now on OK Coin, Star Atlas. And let me tell you, Polkadot. I bought some Polkadot too. Polkadot was down, like $25, $26. I think it's up to 30 now, but I got Polkadot, I want to say like at $25, $26. And Polkadot right now, let me refresh here. And I think Polkadot's another one that is going to, catapult. That's just me. I'm not a financial advisor. It's at 30.82 cents, almost 31. And it was down at, like 25 or something. Let me see. Hell, it got down to 26. That's what it was, 26. So, and with the parachain movement now, Polkadot is, I'm not telling you Solana type moves, but Polkadot's gonna, it's going to catapult. I feel strong about it, like I do of Matic that I kept telling you, hey, Matic, any Matic under $2, go ahead and take it. It was at $1.44, $1.50, $1.70, $1.80. It's at $2.38 right now. Okay, $2.38, up 11 cents, 11% right now. Monster, and it was up like 20 yesterday, so it's been racking it up, baby. Richard says, is crypto good for poor people that makes less than $30,000 a year like me? Yes, Richard. Yes. Look, Richard, for a person like you, I'm not a financial advisor, okay? But this is what I would do if I'm you, dude. I'd here, you make 30,000, right? Get $100. All right? Get 40% of it, put it in Bitcoin. Get 30% of it, put it in Ethereum. And your last 30%, break it up 10% Cardano, which is a good deal right now, 10% in VeChain, and 10% go Crow. And then just let it sit there. You don't have to do a lot of thinking. Don't do anything. Just leave it alone. Okay? And then when you get a little more money down the line, 2 weeks, 2 months from now, a month from now, DCA. Do the same breakdown that I got you. You got another 100. Do exactly the same thing that I told you. Again, in the same pie. Keep it simple. I'm giving you 5 what I feel are incredibly strong coins that are only going to grow with time. And so you can do it slowly but surely, and you'll watch your money grow. But you have to be patient. Don't touch it. Let it go. And don't panic and don't listen. Like I told you guys yesterday, 90% of the people that are writing about crypto know nothing about crypto. They're not invested in crypto. They're just kind of repeating the same Facebook post from somebody else. Comprende, compadre? So, people like myself that actually read and study and do homework and all that. Yesterday, I tweeted this out. I've been a big proponent of Crow for nearly a year now that I've been telling you guys about Crow. So yesterday I tweeted something out to kind of, show people a little more about why I think Crow is just absolutely amazing. And it went on a dip now. And so, which is absolutely fantastic that it went on a dip. But they just acquired 2 U.S. exchanges in a $216 million deal. Crypto.com is expanding its suite of products offering after announcing the sale and purchase agreements with North American derivatives exchanges, Nadex, and a small exchange. The acquisition of the 2 exchanges will enable Crypto.com to provide U.S.-based customers with trading of certain derivatives and future products and expand upon its current products offering. The exchanges were purchased from the online trading platform IG Group for $216 million, with the acquisition set to complete by quarter 2 of 2022 following a regulatory review of purchase. Both exchanges will then operate under the Crypto.com brand. Their goal as a platform is to offer customers a trusted, secure, and related platform with world-class tools to achieve financial independence. This proposed acquisition builds on the promise, and it'll give our customers access to an entirely new set of financial tools to complement our current offerings. So you see, like Webull and Robinhood, that they're mostly stocks, but they got into crypto. Now, this is Crypto.com getting and using some of the stock market and adding it to their portfolio. You see what I'm saying? This is they're way ahead of most of these exchanges. That's why I'm a believer of Crypto.com. Crypto.com and OKCoin are probably my 2 favorites right now. I love using OKCoin. They've got some coins that you're not going to get anywhere else. Their staking is absolutely awesome. They've got some great rates for their staking. And it's very flexible too. So it allows you to, keep your money liquid too every couple of weeks. But it's really important on what you choose and read and study about what's going on. Why am I interested in this coin? Why am I interested in this company? What is it about them? What is their partnerships? What are these are the things that I have to find out about before I invest my money. Just like the gentleman that just asked, hey, I make 30,000 before I invest my money. Do your homework. All of you, no matter what I'm telling you, okay, do your own homework. And I know you're busy and all that stuff, but I mean, if you want to feel secure and feel better about what you're investing, and here's the other thing, when you're educated about all of this and you hear the BS out there, you know how to cast it aside. I have some of my friends that they come to me with this BS sometimes, right? And I tell them, look, I explain to them why this is BS. Don't fall for it. And I show them, I give them proof. I show them an article. I show them, whatever I have to do to tell them, hey, look, this is not true. And then eventually they figure it out. But it's really key that you do your own homework. Okay? Don't listen to anybody. And by the way, nobody knows when the top of the market is going to hit. Nobody knows when something's going to bottom out. None of us know that. And this whole thing, people were kept telling you that the bull run is going to end at the end of this year and all. They're full of shit. They don't know. Nobody knows. And because of all the institutional money that's come in, okay, there's no way we're going to have the crashes that we've had in the past. Are we going to have corrections? Of course. Is there going to be volatility? Of course. Only 5% of the world knows about crypto. You know what I mean? So it's not like we have most of the world invested in it. Once we start getting a third or a fourth of the world in it, then there's going to be so many trillions in there that the volatility will be less. The corrections will be smaller, and then everything will carry on like it has in the stock market. It'll be the same thing. Some coins will become the Amazons and the Teslas of the world, and they will have very few dips. very few big corrections. But then you're going to have your bad coins like your bad stocks that are going to disappear and go by the wayside. That's the way of life. But do I think Bitcoin is ever going to? No, Bitcoin's only going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. Ethereum is the future of the internet. It's the main blockchain of the future of the internet. It's only going to get stronger and stronger. Certain coins, I feel, Polygon is part of the internet blockchain, and it's got its own blockchains, and it's got all ties to NFTs. That's why I'm big on Polygon, because it is exploding as a blockchain. Solana, all these other types of blockchains, man, Polkadot, Cardano. I believe a lot of these are going to be monsters. But as time goes on, and then people will find out about them, just like they did with Microsoft and just like they've done with all the other great stocks that do exist in the stock market, it's going to exist in the digital currency market. It's the same thing. There's no difference. Okay? But it's really important that you do your homework. Incredibly important that you do your own homework and read up on why. You know, why I kept telling you about Polygon for weeks. Hey, while this correction's going on, buy Polygon, buy Polygon, buy Polygon. That's what I'm doing. That's what you're doing. You can stake Polygon on OKCoin for 15%. That's why I like OKCoin. I can make more coin. You know what I'm saying? You buy Polygon and then you're staking it for 50. Okay, so if you bought Polygon at 170, it's at 237 right now. So you're making 70 cents on every coin already. Okay, so let's say you bought 100 of those, so you're making $70 already on your money, right? And you're also going to get 15% interest. Think about that. Making money two ways. And Polygon just started. It's going to fly. But, you know, I'm just telling you, you know, without volatility, the big gains cannot be made. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You must have a little experience in this, Xavier. Big O, what app should I use to buy Bitcoin? I would like to learn more about it. Crypto.com is a good one because you can stake the Bitcoin there. And OKCoin's another one that's really good. I'm not a Coinbase guy. Coinbase is great for novice, for brand new starters and all that. But I think Crypto.com, I think OKCoin is way better and cheaper, man. That's the other thing. OKCoin doesn't rip you off on the percentages of every time you buy like they do at Coinbase. You save a lot of money. You'll get more crypto for your money at OKCoin than you will at Coinbase. Okay? So those are the two that I use mainly. You know what I mean? Crypto.com and Coinbase. Those are my two, because not every exchange has all the coins. I can't get Star Atlas on Crow. I can't get Miami Coin on Crow, and I can't stake it. By the way, OKCoin, please give us some staking for Star Atlas. I got to ask them about that, man. I would love to. I got a bunch of Star Atlas. I would like to stake it. It's not going anywhere. The game's not going to be ready for another year and a half. So I'd like to actually stake my Star Atlas because, you know, 6 months to a year from now, people are going to be talking about Star Atlas. And I'm going to go, you are too, if you've been a part of this show for a while. You're, oh, dude, I've been on Star Atlas for a while. Give me a break. You know what I mean? You're going to be way ahead. So everybody talks about Sandbox, which is a monster, and all these other ones, right? They're going to be talking about Star Atlas down the line. They just, you know, it's kind of a little under the radar right now. You know, and those of us that know about it, we get to invest right now while it's nice and cheap. You know, I like that. I like getting coins early, man. So that's how you're really going to make, you know, good profits. So there you go. Let's see. What else do we have? Crypto is already illegal in China and India. Tremolio, my brother, I love you, but you have constantly spoken about crypto and you constantly get it wrong all the time. So, you know what I mean? It's like you're the Facebook guy, you know? You know VeChain is Chinese? You don't know that because you don't follow crypto. I love you, Tremolio. I love you, brother. VeChain's Chinese, my man. No, they're against crypto. No, dude, they're not stupid. They're trying to hodl. They're trying to actually take advantage of crypto. They want to build their own cryptocurrency. And as for India, I think actually some of that has changed a little bit. But the problem is over there in India, they go back and forth with all of that. But the Chinese stuff is all lies, dude. They're trying to keep it away from their people because they want the rich people and the government to take advantage of what's going on with crypto because they know that they can enjoy big time profits with it. So you're thinking, you're reporting or repeating crap that really has nothing to do with it. VeChain is Chinese. That's what I'm talking about. And I love Tremolio. Great for music and he knows his stocks apparently. Knows nothing about crypto. But that's the problem with crypto. We have a lot of people that talk crypto and they don't know jack shit about crypto. See? Oh, China's against crypto. Well, VeChain's Chinese, dude. How can they be against crypto? Whatever. It's one of those that's why I say do your homework. Do your homework, do your homework. And then people like Tremolio that know nothing about crypto, they won't affect you whatsoever. You'll laugh about it because you know about crypto and they don't. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. Oh, Lordy. China owns more Bitcoin than just about any country, but it's illegal in China. Carlos, don't start with the facts, bro. Don't start with the facts. Don't start with the facts, bro. Tremolio doesn't want to hear facts, he hasn't figured out that China's Cuba. Right? No difference. The governments want everything that's good for them, but they want to screw their people. He hasn't gotten that part yet. He hasn't figured out that there's a connection between those two countries, that they kind of want to screw their own people the same way. Meanwhile, China's building a monster of a cryptocurrency named VeChain that has no competition. By the way, Tremolio, VeChain Chinese, tied to Purdue Chicken, Amazon, Walmart, Louis Vuitton, Range Rover. Do you want me to continue, my brother? Okay. Again, if you're going to bring it on the show, you better be prepared. Okay. And I've warned Tremolio several times about this crypto talk. Like, he thought it was going to 20,000. I haven't forgotten that either, Tremolio, because people like you are comedians to me. You know what I mean? Because I laugh at people like you because you don't know jack shit about crypto, but then you want to act like you know something. And you want to throw out some facts, and your facts are all full of shit. You know what I'm saying? I love you, brother. Stick to music and everything else. You can talk about everything else in life, but crypto, do your homework first before you actually talk about crypto. Okay? All right? You won't catch me talking stocks at all. Do you know why? Because I don't know about it anymore. I don't follow it anymore. I don't care about it anymore. So you won't catch me talking stocks ever. You know what I mean? If I don't know about something, I'm not going to talk about it. That's probably the best way to go about things. And crypto is one of those things, if you don't follow, you don't buy, you don't deal with it, no habla. Calladito. All right? If China is making crypto illegal, then that tells you they fear it because they cannot control it. Yes. That's why they're loading up on their own. That's why they're creating their own miners to mine crypto too. They're not stupid, bro. They're just communist and evil and against their own people. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? But They're in it. They just don't want their people to be in it because all of a sudden they may end up with some freedoms that they no. That's what the U.S. government's trying to do too. Because they want to control the money. They want to control the interest rates. They want to control who gets the loans, who doesn't get the loans. DeFi is going to eliminate banks, dude. DeFi empowers you. That's the beauty. We all can become our own banks. That's basically what I'm doing now. My crypto's being loaned out and I'm getting interest off of that crypto because I'm loaning out. That's what happens when you stake it. When you stake it, see, the banks give you no interest, but the second you put in your money in the bank, they're using it for other things and you ain't making jack shit out of it. But on crypto, you own your crypto. You can then stake the crypto and you get the interest for the money that's loaned out of that crypto. Makes sense, right? And they carry the burden of having to collect. So you carry no burden. What a concept. Wow. What happens if your bank folds and made all kinds of bad? Now you got to go to the FDIC and it becomes a pain in the ass, right? Whole different ball game. So it's a different world we're headed to, and plenty of people that are in the stock world and all that, they all live in denial is what happens because they're afraid, they're intimidated, they know nothing about crypto, so they diss it on a continual basis. That's what happens. But that's what happens when you don't know about this. Big O, where do you go to learn about this stuff? Magazines, cryptosareus.com. Cryptosareus.com is a good news source. There's a show on YouTube called Altcoin Daily. They do a great job of putting together the news every day. It might be good for you, Tremolio, too, so you might learn something. That they're good. Altcoin Daily. It's two guys. They're twins. You may not see the twins together all the time, but one of them will be there for sure, as always. And they're really good, man. They do a really, really good job. And the Cryptos Are Us. Cryptos, the letter R and us, will also lead you to an Asian guy named George. For those of you that are getting into crypto, I want you to pay attention. George does 2 broadcasts a day, one in the morning, one in the evening. And he does an awesome job. For me, he is the most level-headed guy out there to give you advice, to give you direction, to give you information, all of those things. I'm a big fan of George. He's one of those guys that I can trust. So there you go. Altcoin Daily, the website cryptosareus.com, and then search on YouTube Cryptos Are Us, and he'll start the show by saying, I am George, we're all George. Okay? Really good dude. Really, you can tell he's just a regular good human being. And I love his mentality and his approach to crypto. Okay? He's not a pump and dumper. So if you're looking for him to tell you, oh no, buy this now and it's going to go up 50 cents and you can sell it. So buy 100,000 shares. No, that's not this dude. He's talking long-term like I am. That's why I've kind of gravitated to him because I'm not a rich person. I'm a working stiff like the rest of you. You know what I mean? I don't have hundreds of thousands and millions in the bank. I can't afford to make mistakes. I have to be able to do my homework and be able to study. But those 3 things right there will give you a nice foundation. And you can find out Altcoin Daily is every day. So you can watch the news every day. It's only like 8, 10, 12, 14-minute shows. They're short. George goes a little longer, but half of his show is probably talk, like, 10, 15 minutes, and then he goes and answers questions. You can stick around. I'm telling you, if you're new at all of this, you need to stick around. Now, one more warning. If you don't know anything about crypto and you're just getting into it, you are going to get confused. You're going to get frustrated. You have to keep at it. You have to keep learning. Look up the things that they're talking about so you can learn about what they're talking about. You're going to get lost a lot early on, but you cannot let that get you off track. That's all I'm going to say. Stay on track. All right, we're out of here because we did an extra hour today. We went 4 hours today. Now, let me ask you something, Sean. Was that like 45 minutes of crypto talk or something? right? It was, right? Because I'm thinking about it. I'm going, man, I did like a lot of crypto talk. All right. We're out of here. We thank Manny Navarro and Ira Winderman as always. Sean Stanley, he is just absolutely amazing, putting everything together. We thank all of you for chiming in, tuning in, texting, all of that. Appreciate all of you out there, as always, even those of you that might be on double secret probation. Tremolio, study up on your crypto. We will see you all tomorrow, same time. Well, not the same place because we'll be at Canesware, actually, in Davie. And we'll be on at 9 o'clock with our Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. That'll start off at 9 a.m. We'll be at Canesware Wednesday. We'll be at Hialeah Park on Thursday. Y'all be good out there. Be safe. I love you all.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.